begin the business that is to be transacted in that particular sitting. So the House leadership, of course, led by the whips, of course, we can see Honorable Sorrow at the entrance, of course, whipping the members to be able to make their way to the chambers, and in a short time, as we can see them getting into the chambers, in a short time we believe that we will be able to achieve that required number of members inside the chambers for the House business to kick off. Remember, the sergeant at arms are keeping tabs, of course, with the numbers, and once it is achieved, then we will be able to know and give way to the House to start its business. Back to the highlights of today's business this afternoon sitting is that debate will resume on the motion with regards to the report of the Auditor General on financial statements of selected state corporations. This is a motion that will be moved by the chairperson, Public Investment Committee on Commercial Affairs and Energy, and we'll be looking to have the House adopt its report on its examination of the reports of the Auditor General on the financial statements of selected state corporations that were laid, or rather that was laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 6th December, the year 2023. This particular debate already kicked off on the floor of the House, but was interrupted on the Wednesday of March 13th, the year 2024, during the afternoon sitting. Allow me to take you back to the amendments on the Affordable Housing Bill, the amendments that came from the Senate. Remember, that is part of the business that the members will be considering this afternoon, and these amendments will move to the Committee of the Whole. But as you can see, the Sergeant at Arms is alerting the clerk and the speaker that the number has been achieved. So allow me to hand you over back to this live proceedings. My name is Kamche Menza. Good afternoon.
We may now proceed. First order.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Next order. Okay. Honorable members, I wish to introduce to you a delegation from the Republic of Finland who are seated in the Speaker's Gallery. The delegation comprises of the alumni of the Democracy Academy, an institution for young political aspirants in the Republic of Finland. The Democracy Academy is run by the Demo Finland as an organization that supports democracy by parties for parties. Honorable members, the delegation is in our parliament to engage with the Kenya Disability Association, KEDIPA, and the Kenya Young Parliamentarians Association on, amongst other things, supporting political parties in addressing the needs of persons with disabilities and the youth within their internal party structures and political commitment policies. The delegation brings with them valuable insights and experiences from Finland, a country known for its progressive approach to rights of persons with disabilities and inclusion. Their presence underscores the importance of international cooperation and the exchange of ideas in advancing rights and empowerment of persons with disabilities and youth. Honorable members, on my own behalf and that of the National Assembly, I welcome them to Parliament and wish them fruitful engagements. Thank you.
3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
The Honorable Leader of Majority, papers? None? You don't have any papers? Okay. I think we had a communication. Honorable members, I will reorder the order paper and allow the next part of papers. We have the chairperson for the Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining, and then we will come back to the Leader of Majority. Honorable Kamuren, you're the one doing it on behalf of the chair.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Thursday, 14 March 2024. A report of the Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining on the budget implementation monitoring for the financial year 2022-2023 for the 4th 1332 State Department for Forestry and 4th 1192 State Department for Mining. Thank you.
Next, Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Affairs.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Thursday, 14th March 2024. Report of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations on its consideration on the ratification of the African Union Convention on Cross-Border Cooperation, in brackets, Mutembei Convention. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Allow me to recognize some schools that are in the public gallery also. I wish to recognize the presence in the public gallery of Nyamira Girls School from Bondo constituency, Siaya County. Also wish to recognize Gadhimu Secondary School from Olkalau constituency, Nyandarua County. Second is Acacia Crest Senior School from Kajiado constituency, Kajiado East constituency, Kajiado County. And 3, I also wish to recognize, seated in the Speaker's Gallery, Tangaza University from Langata constituency, Nairobi County. We may proceed. The chairperson for the Select Committee on Delegated Legislation.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Thursday, 14th March 2024. Report of the Select Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the statutory instruments Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 3 of 2024. And thank you, Madam Speaker.
Next, we have the chairperson for the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Thursday, the 14th of March 2024. The report on departmental committees on finance and national planning and that of housing, urban planning and public works on their consideration of the Senate amendments of the Affordable Housing Bill, National Housing Bill number 75 of 2023.
Majority Leader, are you ready? Majority Leader, are you ready to proceed?
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Thursday, March 14th, 2024, sessional paper number 3 of 2024 on the power of mercy policy from the Office of the Attorney General. Number 2, addendum to the report of the multi-sectoral working group on the realization of the not more than 2/3 gender principles from Ministry of Gender, Culture and Arts and Heritage. Number 3, reports of the Auditor General and financial statement for the year ended 30th June 2023 and the certificates therein in respect of A, Kenya Development Response to Displacement Impacts Project, KDRDIP, number 1, IDA credit number 6021KE and grant number TFOA 7762 KE, Ministry of East Africa Community, EAC, ASALS and Regional Development. B, Kenya Town Sustainable Water Supply and Sanitation Program, credit number PKE E00011, AFDB loan number 20020000501, Adi Water Works Development Agency. C, Nairobi Intelligent Transportation System Establishment and Junctions Improvement Project, Phase 1, EDCF Loan Agreement Number KEN6, Kenya Urban Roads Authority. D, the establishment of Bus Rapid Transit Line 5 Project, EDCF, E, Regional Center on Groundwater Resource Education, Training and Research in East Africa, RCGWRET and REA. F, Integrated Health and Environment Observatories and Legal and Institution Strengthening for the Sound Management of Chemicals in Africa. Number AFR CHEMOBS Project C07-2027 State Environment and Climate Change. G, Regional Mombasa Port Access Road Project Loan Number KFW 27459, Grant Number KFW 2020-6191-9 and credit number KFW 84010, Kenya National Highway Authority. Number H, Program for Legal Empowerment and Aid Delivery Project, credit number KE/FED/2018-397 to 591, Office of the Attorney General and Department of Justice. Number 1, I, Support to Enhancement of Quality and Relevance in Higher Education, Science and Technology Project, credit number 21001500279993, State Department for Higher Education and Research. J, Kenya Gold Mercury Free ASGM Project number GEF #UNDP GOK 00108253, Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry. K, Sound Chemicals Management, Mainstreaming and UPOPS Reduction in Kenya Project number P00099820, Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry. L, Nairobi Rivers Basin Rehabilitation and Restoration Program, Sewerage Improvement Project Phase 2, AFDB Loan Number 20020003407 and ADF Loan Number 21001500405550, Adi Works Development Agency. M, Combating Poaching and Illegal Wildlife Trafficking in Kenya through an Integrated Approach, Grant Number 00108406, State Department for Wildlife. N, Ruambura Irrigation Development Project, National Irrigation Authority. O, Northern Collector Phase 1, Additional Rehabilitation and Development of the Network Project, credit number CKE 1074, Adi Works Development Agency. P, Kenya Off-Grid Solar Access Project, KOSAP, credit number 6135KE, State Department for Energy, and Q, Kenya Copyright Board. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I beg to lay.
Thank you. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Chairperson for the Departmental Committee on Environment and Forestry.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining on its examination of the budget implementation monitoring for the year 2022-2023 for the following votes laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 14 March 2024. Vote 1332 State Department for Forestry and 1192 State Department for Mining. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Chairperson for Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations.
Sorry. Notice of motion, ratification of the African Union Convention on Cross-Border Cooperation. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations on its consideration of the African Union Convention on Cross-Border Cooperation laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 14 March 2024, and pursuant to the provision of Section 8(4) of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act 2012, approves the ratification of the African Union Convention on Cross-Border Cooperation, Niamey Convention. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Next order. What's your point of order? The Honorable. Yours is a statement, right?
No. Notice of motion.
1 second. Oh, yeah. You are actually on the standing order, yes. Chairperson on the Committee for Implementation. Honorable Wanjala, you have the mic.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Notice of motion, status of reports on petitions and resolutions passed by the House. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Select Committee on Implementation on its consideration of the first report on implementation status of reports on petitions and resolutions passed by the House laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 26th October 2023. Second one, notice of motion, again, status of reports on petitions and resolutions passed by the House. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Select Committee on Implementation on its consideration of the second report on implementation status of reports on petitions and resolutions passed by the House, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 26th October 2023. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Okay, do you have a response, Chairperson, for the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security.
Yeah, Honorable Speaker, I've got 3 statements, and I actually was just trying to consult because one of them is like I had already responded to some time back, the statement which was sought by the MP for Kericho County, who equally is not in the House, so I was actually looking for indulgence on the same. I table. The other question is one asked by the MP for Soy. See, I'm not seeing him in the House.
Okay. In any case, were you supposed to respond to it today?
Sorry?
Were you supposed to respond to it today?
Yeah.
So when did you respond to it?
No, the one for Kericho, I responded some time back,
Yes.
actually before we went for this. So I think this one is a bit overtaken by event.
Yes.
But by the MP for Soy, yeah, I know there is an for. I was asking, since I'm not saying the member.
No, you can proceed because remember it was a question placed to the House.
Yes.
So you can proceed.
So maybe I can do this, and another one by the MP from Fafi. So now, let me start by this from Fafi MP. Honorable Speaker, the Member of Parliament for Fafi constituency, Honorable Farah Yakub, had requested for a statement regarding insecurity in Fafi constituency. The member particularly sought the following: a detailed account of recent attacks, shedding light on the circumstances that led to the insecurity, what additional resources or support are being provided to strengthen the capacity of security personnel in Fafi sub-county to respond to the recurring security threats, and the immediate and long-term measures put in place to address the insecurity, recurrent terrorist attacks. I want to state as follows. Provided as follows: terrorism and terror-related threat has continued affecting Garissa, Wajir, Mandera, Lamu, and mainly because of their proximity to Somalia. Insecurity within Fafi is largely complicated by the porousness of the border, radicalization of the youth, and proliferation of small arms and light weapons. The militants mainly target security personnel by planting improvised explosive devices, and the targeting of security personnel is particularly due to the fact that they have sealed loopholes used to move contraband goods originating from Somalia. The routineers and sleeper cells exhibit the security situation in the area. The security situation has resulted in disruption of delivery of public goods and services in hotspots area, especially education, health, and infrastructure development, beside loss of lives, livelihood, and destruction of property. Honorable Speaker, the following additional resources or support have been provided to strengthen the capacity of the security personnel in Fafi sub-county to respond to the recurrent security threats. 1, additional formed police units have been deployed to the sub-county, including a QRU, JSU, SOG, and BPU. Continuous training of security officers, the use of armored vehicles, and the use of surveillance equipment. Honorable Speaker, the question number 3, that is the immediate and long-term measures put in place to address the recurring terrorism attack. Immediate and long-term measures put in place to address as follows: enhance the implementation of the county action plan on counter-violent extremists, sustain vigilance on online platforms that include Facebook, IMO, and WhatsApp, mostly exploited by terror operatives to coordinate their activities. Patrols were increased along the borders and security coverage of communication infrastructure enhanced. Intelligence reports has been crucial in citing suspected Al-Shabaab militants, and necessary action has been taken to thwart the efforts. Lastly, enhanced vigilance of both the local community and refugees. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I want also to actually say that security is a responsibility of all of us, and we should all take measures and steps as leaders to sensitize the communities, their roles in help the security personnel to report on all suspects within the area of jurisdiction. I want to also do the other statement by the MP for Soy, and I think I proceed. Honorable Speaker, the Member of Parliament for Soy constituency has requested for a statement regarding the gruesome murder of one Ms. Rachel Nyambura in Matundu town. The Member of Parliament particularly sought to be informed the following. Why did police officers from Matunda Police Post decline to respond to a distress call from a Malaya family following a tragic killing despite being just 400 meters from the scene of the incident? Is there a policy that bars police officers from responding to instances proximal to their station on the account of being outside the administrative jurisdiction? If so, what is the rationale behind the implementation of such policy? What steps are being taken to ensure that the incident is promptly investigated and perpetrators brought to justice to provide closure to bereaved family? What actions are in place to ensure proper coordination between police stations in different counties in order to ensure timely response to emergencies and crime? What measures has been put in place to ensure security in Matundu town, Soy town, Moi Bridge, another town in Soy constituency? I state as follows. Honorable Speaker, on 4th, 2023, at around 224 hours, an initial report was made at Matundu Police Station, VOB number 38/04/11/2023, stating that Mr. David Muyaka and his wife, who are proprietors of modern hardware within Matunda Township, were heading to their vehicle, make Toyota Prado registration number KBC 900R, when they were suddenly hit by a known vehicle. There was neither distress call nor any information concerning the incident made to the police prior to the phone call. Officers from Matunda Police Station and DCIR Lukayani, which is located approximately half a kilometer from the scene of incident, rushed to the scene. The officers established that the victims have been taken to St. Luke Hospital in Eldoret. The next day, DCI Soy officers, together with the crime scene support services personnel, went to the home of David Muyaki in Matunda Township and confirmed that the incident in question took place on 4th November at 1930 hours. They are established that Ms. Rachel Nyambura Muyaki, age 62 years, and her son, Mr. John Kaguaro, age 30 years, were attacked on their way home after closing their business within Matunda Township, along a feeder road which leads to their home, approximately 150 meters from their business premises. They found a motor vehicle, Toyota Prado registration KCD, white in color, parked in the middle of a narrow road facing the direction they were headed. As soon as John went past the said vehicle, he heard somebody screaming, and turning back, he saw his mother, who was behind him, being run over by the vehicle. John went for his father, and together they rushed her to St. Luke, where she was pronounced dead on arrival. On 8th November 2023, David started receiving threatening messages demanding for payment of 4.5 million or elimination of his son, in like manner as that of his late wife. The number continued sending messages until on 12 November 2023, when police officers tracked to Zoe Ward and the handset recovered. The handset led police to Honorable Colin Sifuna, the MCA for Zoe Ward, who said to have handed it over to the person arrested with. On 15 December 2023, the MCA Colin Sifuna availed himself a DCIS Soy officers without being summoned, and while in custody, Another threatening message was sent to David using the same number. He was released on cash bail, 80,000 by the Kumekucha police station. The case is being handled by DCI SOI, who have since opened inquiry file number 4 of 2023 and forwarded the same to the office of the DPPP for advice. The last question, or the second, asking about a policy. Speaker, there is no policy that bars any police officer from responding to an emergency or any crime taking place outside their administrative jurisdiction. Matundu and Wazingishu areas are geographically separated by Eldoret-Kitale Highway. The nearest police station on Rift Valley side is located about 4 kilometers away from Matunda town, yet Matunda police station is only a few meters from the town. As a result, members of the public from the Rift Valley region typically report incidents at Matunda police station, which is in western region, to their proximity. Question number 3, on the step being taken to ensure that there is the incident is promptly investigated. Speaker, the DCI SOI is investigating the case. We had mentioned that the file as number 4 had already been opened and forwarded to DPP. The action being taken, the officer commanding police station at the border between counties usually coordinate to ensure that the citizens are served efficiently. Further, the sub-county police commander of both SOI, sub-county and Likuyani sub-county coordinates activities which touch on either of their sub-counties, two sub-counties. Lastly, what measures have been put in place to ensure security in Matunda town, Soi town, Moi Bridge, and the rest of the Soi constituency? Honorable Speaker, some of the measures that have been put in place to ensure security in Matundu town and Soi Bridge are as follows. Soi town, due to proximity of OCSOI, he responds to any emergencies or ongoing crime at Soi Market and later refers the matter to his counterpart in Lukuyani Police Station, who has just jurisdiction over part of the Soi Township. On the issue of Matundu Township, the OCS Matundu responds to all security issues that require immediate response on behalf of the OCS Moi Bridge, who takes over the matter. In the meantime, there is a proposal to open a new police station, police patrol base within Matunda on the side of Wazingishu to improve security. In the spirit of community policing, members of the public have donated a house that can accommodate up to 6 officers as a short-term solution to improve service delivery. On the area of the Moi Bridge, the OCS Moi Bridge responds to incidents and emergencies on behalf of OCS Matunda Police Station, who takes over if the matter further needs investigation. And I remember, Honorable Speaker, actually the concerned Member of Parliament had an opportunity of even asking partially part of the question to the Minister when he was last in the House. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
You know, I can hear you. You don't have to say it 3 times. Once is enough.
Honorable Speaker, I was listening to the Honorable Chairman responding to specific questions and answering them. And I thought the last one he finished was the statements. But I thought the Cabinet Secretary in person was supposed to be here to answer those specific questions, especially those ones touching on matters of insecurity. So I don't know how come that the Cabinet Secretary is not here and those questions are answered by the chairperson. However, that also shows the lack of seriousness from the minister concerned on matters concerning security, and especially in Northeastern, where Al-Shabaab is ravaging the residents in that particular area. So for those questions, I want to beseech that the Cabinet Secretary himself be available here so that we can further interrogate him. Otherwise, Chairman, please ask the Minister to come here in person so that he can answer those specific questions on matters in security in Northeastern. Thank you very much.
Honorable Chairperson, those were asked during as statements directed at your committee.
These are statements, Honorable Speaker, and I think there is a clear difference between statements and questions.
Yes.
So,
Honorable Member, kindly desist from heckling. That's out of order. Kindly desist from heckling. We said that those questions had been brought before the House as statements. But if you want the minister to come and answer them, you can always have them as questions so that they can be provided to the minister at the time they are called to come here. Honorable, yes, you may proceed here. I'll come to you, Honorable Kangogo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Use the other mic. I think that one is faulty. Switch it off, the faulty one. Proceed, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this chance and possibility of responding to what the chair has said. I thought this was a house of orders, standing orders, respects, but that's not what I can see, because the chair responded to my question as a statement. Madam Speaker, there's a difference between questions asked to the specific CSS and statements sought. The response given by the chair from Fafi is said to be a statement I sought. I didn't sought for any statement. I asked a specific question to the CS, and these were questions to the specific questions from Fafi constituency on security. The manner in which even the statements were answered was less than 2-page, flaccid, and even shallow, because I asked for specific details on accounts, abductions, things like that. So I request, Chair, and under your guidance, the specific CS concerned for security to appear before the House, because we have a very high, as I speak right now, last night a male businessman was shot dead by Al-Shabaab in my area at a place called Baristaram. And I'm really perturbed to hear that the CS doesn't want to appear and answers our question with statements which are very shallow. I request your guidance that the CS Kindiki should appear in person so that we can raise our concerns and issues on security not only in Fafi but the entire northern Kenya, including Lamu. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Yakub, did you give the statement here in the House or did you send it to the table office for...
Madam Speaker, it's a question and it says notice of question number 05/2024 by member for Fafi, Honorable Salah Yaqub, to ask the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and National Security, National Administration, not a statement. I didn't search for a statement. I asked for a question, and even the statement themselves were not touching on the questions I asked for. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yeah, I think that will be noted by the clerk's desk so that the questions that are supposed to go to the Cabinet Secretary and answered by the Cabinet Secretary, in fact, are answered by the Cabinet Secretary, as opposed to them coming to the House as statements to be answered by the chairperson. I think there must have been confusion there. Let us proceed to the basis statement by the Leader of Majority. Honorable Kangogo, yes, I had said I would give it to you before we go to the next order, before we go to the next statement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you also because you've directed the Chair of Security to inform the CS to appear before us on the issue of insecurity. And Madam Speaker, on the same issue of insecurity, the landmass in this country covering from the northern part of the northeastern, the coast include, and almost the Rift Valley, Madam Speaker, forms almost 3/4 of the landmass of this country. And this is the part of the country which has been left to terrorists, they have been left to bandits, to cat rustlers and murderers. And Madam Speaker, this issue of insecurity, the answers we've been receiving from the Cabinet Secretary, there's been a cosmetic answers of copy and paste every other time. Whether you ask a question, whether you ask for a statement, it normally comes with cosmetic answers here of copying and pasting the response he had even been giving to this House for many years. This time, Madam Speaker,
We have seen how the government is fighting corruption in this country and how they are fighting even these illicit brews. We want the government to have the same energy and strength to fight bandits, terrorists, and cattle rustlers, Madam Speaker. We cannot leave over 3/4 of this country to bandits and terrorists. Because when we talk of the entire Northeastern, there is no peace. The entire Rift Valley, there is cattle rustlers are dominating. In the coast, the entire coast province, Al-Shabaab, they have taken over. So which part of the country are we talking? We are talking about Nairobi here and there's some view. Madam Speaker, we need to take issue of insecurity very seriously.
Thank you. I think we've already directed that adequately to the clerk's desk and also to the chairpersons. Okay, next is Leader of Majority. You have your weekly statement. Majority Leader, you're letting Honorable Kangogo to distract you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. He actually distracted my attention from other critical business when he mentioned that Al-Shabaab has taken over, and I was informing him that there is nowhere in this country that Al-Shabaab has taken over. Maybe there is a problem with cattle rustlers, but Al-Shabaab terrorists can never take over this country. Neither shall we allow bandits to take over this country. Even bandits will not be allowed to take over. Honorable Speaker, allow me to read the usual Thursday statement on behalf of the House Business Committee, pursuant to Standing Order 44-2A, which met on Tuesday, 12th March 2024 to prioritize business for consideration during the week. Honorable Speaker, with regard to business scheduled for Tuesday next week, the House is expected to undertake second reading of the National Disaster Risk Management Bill 2023 and the Houses of Parliament Bicameral Regulations Bill of 2023, should they not be concluded today. Additionally, debate will also be undertaken on the following motions, should they not be concluded today. 1. Report of the Auditor General on financial statements of selected state corporations. 2. Report of the Auditor General on the National Government Constituencies Development Fund for 5 constituencies in Vihiga County. 3. Report of the Auditor General on financial statements for the Kenya Slum Upgrading Low-Cost Housing and Infrastructure Trust Fund. 4. Report on the inquiry into the maize flour subsidy program for the financial year 2022-2023. 5. Report of the Auditor General on the financial statements for the Land Settlements Fund. And 6. Report of the Auditor General on the National Government Constituency Development Fund for 9 constituencies in Bungoma County. Honorable Speaker, given that the House is expected to proceed on a short recess next week, we also aim to conclude the consideration of the Division of Revenue Bill 2024 in all the stages once the report of the bill is tabled. Honorable Speaker, in accordance with the provisions of Standing Order 42A, 5 and 6, I wish to convey that the Cabinet Secretary for Youth Affairs, Creative Economy and Sports is scheduled to appear before the House on the afternoon of Wednesday, 20th March 2024 to respond to the following questions. Question number 231 of 2023 by the member for Nyeri Town, Honorable Duncan Mathenge MP, regarding the progress of the ministry's policy in stopping the construction of new stadia across the country. Question number 053 of 2024 by the member for Nthiwa, Honorable Martin Owino, MP, regarding the measures by the ministry in promoting sports development and nurturing talents among communities. Question number 054 of 2024 by the member for North Imenti, Honorable Abdul Dawood, MP, regarding the timeline for the release of the 42 million committed to Sports Kenya on the 13th of December 2017, intended for the partial construction of Meru Divisional County offices. And 4, question number 055 of 2024 by nominated member Honorable Irene Mayaka, MP, regarding the policy framework guiding the provision of medical cover for sports persons in the country. Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, the House Business Committee shall reconvene on Tuesday, 19th March 2024 to schedule business for the rest of that week. I now wish to lay this statement on the table of the House. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Next order.
Order number 8, the Regional Development Authorities Bill, National Assembly Bill number 7 of 2023, second reading, question to be put.
Honorable members, I now put the question that the Regional Development Authorities Bill, National Assembly Bill number 7 of 2023 be read a second time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
A bill for an act of parliament to consolidate the laws relating to regional development, to provide for the establishment, powers and functions of regional development bodies, and for connected purposes. Order number 9, motion, compliance to Article 54(2) of the Constitution regarding employment of persons with disability in public institutions. Questions to be put.
Honorable members, I now put the question that this House adopts the report of the Committee on National Cohesion and Equal Opportunity on the compliance to Article 54(2) of the Constitution regarding employment of persons with disabilities in public institutions. It's laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 21st February 2024. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 10, motion, consideration of Senate amendments to the Affordable Housing Bill, National Assembly Bill number 75 of 2023.
Honorable members, I have a communication from the chair regarding that particular order. Honorable members, before we proceed with orders number 10 and 11, which relate to consideration of the Senate amendments to the Affordable Housing National Assembly Bill number 75 of 2023, I wish to guide the House on the procedure to be followed. Honorable members, you will recall that on Wednesday, 21st February 2024, the National Assembly passed the Affordable Housing Bill, National Assembly Bill number 75 of 2023, which is a bill that seeks to inter alia give effect to Article 43(1)(b) of the Constitution and to provide for a framework for development and access to affordable housing and institutional housing. Following its passage by the House, the bill was forwarded to the Senate for consideration pursuant to the provisions of Article 110(4) of the Constitution. Honorable members, the Senate made various amendments to the bill as conveyed to the House on Wednesday, 13th March 2024. The Senate amendments were committed to the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning and the Departmental Committee on Housing, Urban Planning and Public Works for joint consideration and reporting to the House. Honorable members, the manner of disposing the Senate amendments to National Assembly bills is provided for in Standing Orders 145 to 148. In summary, the House will generally debate the Senate amendments for not more than 1 hour under the motion that the Senate amendments be now considered. Thereafter, should the House resolve to consider the amendments, the House will dissolve into the Committee of the Whole House to dispose of the amendments sequentially. On the other hand, should the motion be negatived, the provisions of the Article 112 of the Constitution relating to the mediation process will apply. Similarly, should the Committee of the Whole House amend or reject any of the Senate amendments, the mediation process will also apply. Instructively, the Senate amendments to the bill will be moved by the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning should the motion be approved. In conclusion, honorable members, should the House pass the Senate amendments as proposed, the Speaker will then proceed to forward the bill to the President for assent in accordance with the provisions of Article 112 of the Constitution. The House is accordingly guided. I thank you. The Honorable, I saw Honorable Kimani walking out. Oh, he's here, okay.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker.
You're the mover, okay. You're the mover of the motion.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Senate amendments to the Affordable Housing Bill, National Assembly Bill number 75 of 2023 be now considered. Honorable Speaker, let me first take this opportunity to thank both the Housing Committee and that of Finance and National Planning for the quick consideration of the amendments that came from the Senate. And I know, Honorable Speaker, after the message that you read yesterday, the committee did retreat and held their meeting yesterday evening up to very late. And indeed, when I was speaking to the chair, way after midnight, they were still working on this draft report. And I must thank both committees, that of Housing, led by Honorable Ngeno, and that of Finance, led by the Honorable Kimani Kuria, member for Molo. Honorable Speaker, Senate did effect a number of amendments which, by and large, Honorable Speaker, are enriching the substance of the Affordable Housing Bill, and more so in the new clauses, in clause, the new clause, part 3, clause 31A all the way to F, that seeks to introduce the role of county governments in affordable housing, Honorable Speaker, and creating county committees that will be helping to advise governors in consultation with the national board or the housing board in the rollout of affordable housing in counties. Honorable Speaker, some of these are progressive amendments that I have seen the committee has agreed with them. There are also a number of amendments, Honorable Speaker, which the committee has disagreed with the Senate on, but Honorable Speaker, reading through their reports, many of the committee the committee's reservations on some of the amendments done by Senate are not fatal in nature, and amendments that the committee in the observations observe that they can actually be cured through other statutes in the future. Honorable Speaker, with that observation, then it tells us that in the spirit of our bicameral parliament, and so that we are not seen to be always fighting and getting into mediation between the two houses, what we find that is not fatal in an amendment that has been proposed by the Senate and can be amended in a further statute. For instance, there are a number of amendments that were done that the Committee on Finance do not agree with, but they have stated in the observations that these are things that can be cured shortly using the Finance Act or the Finance Bill that will be shortly coming. The Ministry of Housing, Honorable Speaker, is also in the process of doing another comprehensive housing bill that looks at the entire spectrum of housing, from what members even contributed during our second reading on the affordable housing debate, on issues to do with rural housing that I know Professor Udo was very keen on, and therefore the ministry is working on a comprehensive bill that deals with the whole spectrum of housing, right from our rural housing to our social housing to now the affordable housing that we are doing through this bill, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, some of the other reservations that the Committee on the Housing or the Departmental Committee on Housing had reservations on, after due consideration between the committee and the ministry, and of course the leadership in the Senate, we have agreed that these are things that can be cured again through that statute that will come in the name of the housing bill that will be tabled before the House, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, would want to ask members that we adopt the committee's report as it is, and when we go to third reading, Honorable Speaker, to the Committee of the Whole, upon conclusion of this debate, I have said within the hour, the timeline that is given for consideration of this motion, when we get to the Committee of the Whole House, we then could propose that the House agrees with the Senate in the amendments, and we have the bill enacted into law now and assented to by His Excellency the President, as you guided, Honorable Speaker, without any undue delay. And the few reservations that were there, we have taken note of them. Those that will be rectified through the Finance Act or the Finance Bill that will be tabled before the House before the end of next month, The chair of the finance committee has committed that he has taken note of that. Those that will be done through the housing bill, the chair of the housing committee has taken note of them, and there are a few minor ones that can be done through miscellaneous, and I'm taking those up with the office of the Attorney General to make sure that they are done. And we need, therefore, in the spirit of bicameralism, need not get into mediation and fights with our brothers and sisters in the Senate, and we, by and large, agree with them when we get to the Committee of the Whole. With those very few remarks, Honorable Speaker, since time is very limited on this, I will ask the chair, I beg to move, and I will ask the chair of the Finance Committee, the Honorable Kuria Kimani, my namesake and younger brother, member for Molo, to second.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Majority Leader. Honorable Speaker, from the onset, we'd like to thank the members of the Committee on Finance and National Planning and that of a Committee on Housing, Urban Planning and Public Works. We got the report from the Senate yesterday, and we worked through the midnight oil to process those amendments. And as the majority has said, by and large, you've agreed on most of the amendments made by the Senate. I think, just for the information of the House, some of the key amendments that are proposed on the House is the role of county governments. Because the Senate establishes now county committees, so that to make sure that these housing projects or affordable housing projects are skewed across the country in the spirit of fairness and ensuring that no county is left behind in terms of this responsibility of affordable housing and institutional housing, Honorable Speaker. Key to note also, Honorable Speaker, is a proposal to reduction from 2% to 0.5% of the amount of the levies that were supposed to be taken up by Kenya Revenue Authority. Although we agree that all the other levies that are collected on behalf by Kenya Revenue Authority on behalf of various agencies like the Radio Development Levy, the Parade Development Levy, or Import Declaration Fee attract a levy of 2%. So this will be a key departure from the KRA Act, but these are some of the amendments that we are hoping that we'll be able to fix in the finance bill, Honorable Speaker. Key to note also, amendment that has been brought from the Senate is the definition of social housing and ensuring that the specification of incomes of people who get to benefit from these houses, so that to make sure that the implementing agencies actually must adhere to making sure that the affordable housing units are not just for the rich or the middle class, but they are also for those that have earn the minimum wage in this country, Honorable Speaker. Key to also note, part of the amendment is the inclusion of the National Construction Authority and the State Department of Public Works as some of the implementing agencies on these projects, Honorable Speaker. We've seen some buildings, Honorable Speaker, collapse due to lack of proper supervision by Public Works, and sometimes the National Construction Authority not being properly empowered to make sure that they supervise the construction of these projects as mandated by the respective acts of Parliament. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, involving now the National Construction Authority and the State Department for Public Works, I hope that we will ensure that they maintain the integrity of this building so that we do not have these buildings, Honorable Speaker, collapse, so that we have these two entities play a more active role in this, Honorable Speaker. Key to note, the bill that went to the Senate as approved by this House had provisions of Sharia law that mortgages that are going to be provided for on this particular program are Sharia compliant. And I had Honorable Tandaza was concerned that maybe the Senate had proposed an amendment to this, and would like to confirm that there is no proposed further amendment on that as approved by this House. So the mortgages that are going to be applicable or that are going to be issued through the affordable housing scheme, Honorable Speaker, have to be Sharia compliant as far as possible. And so this is a step in the great direction, especially as our Muslim brothers and sisters observe the holy month of Ramadan, Honorable Speaker. Also key to note is that the National Assembly had amended that the housing levy be tied to the Tax Procedures Act in terms of the date of collection and the penalties thereof, Honorable Speaker. However, Senate has disagreed with the National Assembly on this particular amendment and has brought back the penalty at 3% if this housing levy is not levied on time. We still feel that this particular levy should be tied to the Tax Procedures Act so that it is remitted to the Kenya Revenue Authority as a civil debt, just like all the other levies and taxes are levied to KRM, and we're hoping that subsequently in the coming legislation, then we'll be able to again tie this particular collection of this housing levy to the Tax Procedures Act, so that we ensure that there is at least fairness, there is uniformity in how we do tax administration in this country, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, for the comfort of this, how the issue of institutional housing continue to come up. It's a very, very critical area because we have a lot of our students, whether in universities, in polytechnics, in KMTCs, who are living in deplorable situations, Honorable Speaker. And we are happy to observe that the amendments that were proposed by this House to include institutional housing as part of the functions of the fund, Honorable Speaker, have been accepted and carried on, Honorable Speaker, by the amendments proposed by the Senate. So this is to ensure that our students in universities and colleges at least will have a decent place to stay when they school, and that is why we are in agreement with these particular amendments, and we are saying that these amendments therefore don't need to go to mediation. The Committee on Finance and National Planning and that of Public Works and Housing has agreed, and that, Honorable Speaker, I beg to second.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that the Senate amendments to the Affordable Housing Bill, National Assembly Bill number 75 of 2023 be now considered. Yes, Honorable Makali, I'll come to you, Honorable Bui.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to make my contribution to this Senate bill, which has been forwarded to us. I've listened to the move and the seconder, and I see they are suggesting that even though there are some areas they don't agree with, as a committee, for now, we can just move on and approve them. It is important that we note, Honorable Speaker, that if we do that, then automatically it means the coming finance bill will not be able to address the issues, because if this is ascended to in another 1 month, you still require not less than 6 months for you to do an amendment. So, Mr. Chairman, it's important you note that that will be happening the next financial bill. So that means whatever is not convenient to Kenyans, then we have to live with that for about 1 year. But, Honorable Speaker, there's a matter which the Senate has raised, and I think this matter, I did bring it up, and I am happy that the Senate has picked this matter. And the matter was, Honorable Speaker, the matter of targeting. The issue of once these houses are done, do we have some affirmative action to make sure that those Kenyans who are not able to pay even the required deposits will still be able to get those houses? And I'm a very happy Member of Parliament today that now the Senate has picked that, and through that amendment, Honorable Speaker, once we pass them, we will now be sure that out of the total houses to be constructed, there will be a share for those Kenyans who cannot at all be able to afford these houses, so that whatever share they will be given to them, Honorable Speaker, then it is within themselves to plan and see how they can access that share. What does that imply, Honorable Speaker? It implies that at the end of the day, then not the rich or the middle level Kenyans will be able to take up all these houses. Because we have said many times, as we construct these houses, we are using public land to construct the houses, but once the houses are constructed, they will be sold to individuals or private sector. And what will happen, Honorable Speaker, is that if they are sold out to private persons, it's like subsidizing the houses. And in a situation where we don't then accommodate the Kenyans who are very low incomes, then it will be unfair, and that will be discrimination in terms of who benefits. So I'm happy that that has been picked by the Senate. The other matter which is critical, Honorable Speaker, is this matter of the issue of if you don't remit them money, you are charged 3% penalty. And Honorable Speaker, I think the chair has come out very clear that we should treat this matter just like we treat taxes, so that if there's a delay in paying the tax, let this matter be treated the same. But unfortunately, we are saying we are going to accommodate that 3% in the current form it is, meaning that for the next 1 year, anybody who has been delaying with payment of that levy then has to face the consequences of paying 3%. This is an area, Honorable Speaker, I wish we were able to amend. The other thing I've had the proposal, Honorable Speaker, to bring on board Public Works and the NSA. Honorable Speaker, the National Construction Authority is a regulatory authority. So I don't know how are we bringing them on board. Is it in terms of implementation or is it in terms of quality assurance? Because I don't think NSA, by the way they are designed currently, they have the capacity to implement. Mostly they will just oversee and make sure that the standards are met. So that particular element of bringing NSA on board and Public Works on board, Madam Speaker, is an area I would wish that we get it very clear in the bill, that it will be very clear what role NSA will be playing. Otherwise, it will not make sense for NSA being a regulatory authority to become an implementer in this arrangement. With those many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I do support. Thank you very much.
Honorable Mbui, member for Katia.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. Madam Speaker, democracy is very interesting because I stood and opposed this bill in its totality when it was presented to the National Assembly. Now, it has gone to Senate and Senate has brought it back with amendments. And that tells me that probably even the Senate was listening to some of the issues that were being raised by some of us when we were saying that this bill was flawed. And maybe going into the future, Madam Speaker, it would be important that we listen to each other in the House so that the Senate doesn't notice some basic mistakes that we make because we can't talk to each other. Madam Speaker, I was hoping that maybe the Senate would have rejected it in totality, like I did, because then maybe they would save Kenyans from the burden that we expect Kenyans to get. But then, most importantly, Madam Speaker, Senate is basically set up for the purposes of protecting devolution. And Madam Speaker, I said from the onset that this bill that came to the National Assembly should have been a Senate bill, because the National Assembly is only for national government, and the matters of national government, Madam Speaker, are policy. But we've gone into the implementation of how people will get houses, how they'll be put up, which is what should have been the work of the Senate. So I would have hoped that Senate would have protected the devolution and insisted that all of it be handled under the county governments. And then national government's involvement, in my opinion, was always unconstitutional, will continue to be unconstitutional. But then, Madam Speaker, there's a few vague things that they needed to also have helped us get clarity. For example, how will people benefit or get these houses? How will these houses be valued? I raised the issue of the valuation of the houses and said that it's unfortunate that you know, the developers are putting up houses that are cheaper cost than these affordable houses. Where will they be located? Because if you're going to locate these houses in some of our rural areas, then our rural folks are not interested in these houses in those areas. Maybe they would have fought to insist that they be put up only in the urban areas and the major cities in the country. What is the repayment period when people get these houses? Those are some of the things that Senate should have done. But it's disappointing that Senate has also become another choir for the executive. The only difference is that them they sing soprano and the National Assembly is singing bass. It is unfortunate. The two houses have become, you know, a rubber stamp for the executive. But then we have to be careful that we do not pass bills that end up in court, Madam Speaker, because there are major things here that will end up taking us back to court. And Madam Speaker, you see, one of the major things that is going to be a problem is the issue of land. Everywhere where these houses are being put up, most of those places, there are dispute on the ownership of the land. How will we tackle that problem so that when we start the implementation, it is seamless? Because at the end of the day, once it becomes an act of parliament, all of us as Kenyans, we are bound to respect it. We are bound to ensure that it is implemented. But then how do we tackle matters to do with the land? So we have to be careful, Madam Speaker, what we pass in this house. And the other time we passed a policy here to send our policemen to Haiti. You saw the Prime Minister came, signed a document with the head of state, and he couldn't even land in his own country. We have to think through. We have to study what it is we are doing. We passed a bill here, the finance bill of 2023. What happened? Members of this house were shouting yes here. have gone back to the village and told the villagers that this bill was flawed, there were mistakes. The same thing that's going to happen with this housing bill. You will shout yes, tomorrow in the streets you'll be telling the hustlers that there was a mistake. None other than the Deputy President said there were mistakes in the finance bill. I hope you don't tell us there are mistakes in this one going forward. Otherwise, those few remarks, Madam Speaker, my position remains the same. I oppose.
The Honorable Johanna Ngeno.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also wish to appreciate the fact that the bill which had gone to the Senate has come back to the House with amendments. And I wish to just give my voice on it that I support it. Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, as a chair of the Housing Committee, I must appreciate that while the Senate focused on matters mostly counties, Madam Speaker, I also want to appreciate that even if they focus majorly on the counties, they enriched the bill in a way that the passage of this particular bill, Madam Speaker, will ensure that all the issues that most of the members, especially members of this House and members of the public, were raising over the fact that housing is partly devolved, Madam Speaker, then when you look at the proposals made by, or the amendments made by the Senate, Madam Speaker, shows that we all share the responsibility of giving Kenyans housing. Madam Speaker, a member also touched on the NCA, and I think NCA falls under Public Works, and Public Works, Madam Speaker, has been building government or public houses. Madam Speaker, NCA is in this particular bill majorly as an inspectorate, as a quality assurance, as an institution that deals with the quality work that is to be done when building these houses. Madam Speaker, the bill, and I'm urging members of this House, we have all gone through this bill, either in the first reading, second reading, public participation, the Senate, and it is back with us here. What we have seen, Madam Speaker, and what members and everybody in this country, Madam Speaker, is asking for is the proper implementation of this particular program. Madam Speaker, the implementation, when this bill is passed, will now lie on the executive to ensure that whatever promise they made to the people, the housing programs and the markets should be delivered to the people as per their promise to the people. So, Madam Speaker, I wish to support and say and urge members so that we support it. At the same time, Madam Speaker, I wish to state as a chair that we support all the amendments made by the Senate, and we are in agreement, we are in total agreement, we have no issue, and therefore, Madam Speaker, I support in totality. I thank you.
Honorable members, I wish to recognize the presence of the following schools in the Speaker's Gallery. Ngunyi Boys School from Mingi Central Constituency, Kitui County. Secondly, we have the University of Nairobi from Starehe Constituency, Nairobi County. We also have St. Angela's Girls Karura from Kiambaa Constituency, Kiambu County. Also seated in the public gallery is Musumba High School from Kibwezi West Constituency, Makwiny County. We also have Manthi Junior School from Imenti Central Constituency, Meru County. We also have Baitigitu Junior School from Imenti South Constituency, Meru County. And finally, we have St. Luke's Yatta Boys School from Kitui Rural Constituency, Kitui County. On behalf of the members of the National Assembly and myself, we welcome you to the National Assembly. The Honorable, I'll give the member for Imenti, is it? Okay, the Honorable George Murugara.
You're not from Imenti. Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as I support the motion, I think it's important we make a few clarifications here and there. Number one, it was said that the amendments that were actually effected by the Senate cannot be brought back before 6 months lapse, because that is a rejection by Parliament. The correct position is that when we pass or when we reject motions in the House, or we reject laws and bills, that is when the 6 months rule applies. What we are saying here is that some of the observations that we had and which the Senate did not agree with are actually observations that can come in through a finance bill, and they can be effected that way. Number two, we have done intensive public participation in respect of housing, and while there may be one or two issues that may arise, the position remains Kenyans are actually eager to see the housing policy implemented. It is important that we involve the county governments, and this is why we agree with the proposals by the Senate that there will be a committee of county governments that is also supposed to oversee the construction of these houses. There is a mention of the fact that there may be problems with the land where this is being effected. We all know exactly what happens where there is a dispute regarding land. There is no land that is being acquired compulsorily, and if there is any compulsory acquisition, the law is clear on how this is done. Those affected are adequately compensated. Therefore, in my view, what we are debating today is proper, but we should be moving on to the committee of the whole House so that we can effect those proposed amendments or reject them as the case may be. I do support.
Your point of order, Honorable Makila.
Madam Speaker, I rise under order number 95 that we had had an opportunity to discuss this bill, and it is now an opportunity for us to call the mover to reply, Madam Speaker.
How many are in favor of putting the question? Honorable members, I now put the question that the Senate amendments to the affordable housing. Sorry, I thought you all agreed. Okay, now let me put the question. How many are in favor? How many are in favor of putting the question? Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Okay, honorable members, I now put the question that the Senate amendments to the Affordable Housing Bill, National Assembly Bill number 75 of 2023 be now considered. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Yes. Hold on. Don't go to the next order.
Order number 11, Committee of the Whole House.
The numbers are not enough. Let's.
Order, members, order. Order, members. What is out of order? We haven't started. We've not started. No, come on. Order, members. The Honorable Fire, the Honorable Chepkonga, the Honorable Nyalenya Girls. Order, members, order. The Honorable Chepkonga, may you resume your seat. Nyalenya Girls, resume your seat. There's nothing out of order yet. There's nothing out of order yet. Don't remove Magarini. There's nothing out of order yet. Honorable members, just hold your horses. Honorable Kombe. You are a senior member of this house, you know how it works. Yeah. Honorable members, we are now formally in the committee of the whole house to consider the Senate amendments to the Affordable Housing Bill that was 2023 that was passed by this house last month.
Senate amendments to clauses 2, 5, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 23, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 38, 39, 40, 42, 44, 45, 47, 48, and 49.
Thank you so much. I propose the question that the Senate amendments to clauses 2, 7, clauses 2, 5, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, clause 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 23, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 38, 39, 40, 42, 44, 45, 47, 48, and 49 be now approved. Now, the point of order, I can now entertain point of order. Let me hear you, Honorable Kombe, now.
Thank you, Chair. The Honorable Member stood on a point of order 95, standing order number 95. And this standing order number 95 is calling for the mover to reply. And that process has never taken place. How are we? Are we in order to go to the committee of the whole house, Mr. Speaker?
The Honorable Nyikal. Now, members, you know that the matter you're raising with me is a matter that has already been spent. It's been dispensed with. It is functions official. There's nothing I can say on it at all. Honorable members, just to guide, the reason I've read the so many clauses is that the House has no amendments to those clauses. So they are being considered together, the way I've read all of them, almost 20 of them, because the House has no amendments to them, so we are carrying them together the way they have been read for you. The Honorable Otiende.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, I agree with the difficulty you find yourself because you are not the substantive speaker when the mover was not called upon to respond. And it just adds to the litany of improprieties that we propagate as a house. But, Chairman, I rise under Standing Order 130E. And I will read it. Except as otherwise provided in these standing orders, the same rules of order and of debate for the conduct of business shall be observed in committee as in the House. My understanding, therefore, Chairman, is that whether or not there is an amendment, we as members are entitled to be heard on these matters. And on that account, I beg that I be heard on these matters.
The member who has just spoken, the Honorable Tiende, you are spot on. And that's why, where we've reached so far in the committee of the whole House is the time when I should now give you a chance to speak on what you want to speak on, among all those clauses I've read. If you remember, I've said I've proposed all those clauses So it's for you to consider those clauses by making comments on them. That is the stage we are at in the committee. And so the floor is open for any comments at this point.
So can I proceed? Can I proceed now?
Is it a point of order or?
No. Now on contribution as guided by you.
All right, you go ahead now.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, all these clauses as properly read by you are improper, they are irregular, they are for rejection in totality. I heard Honorable Mbui say that the National Assembly has become a house of bass, the Senate has become a house of soprano. If that is so, at this stage, we now must be at the alto stage, because clearly it is the same charade. Mr. Speaker, in fairness to Senate, at least they considered some amendments. And in fairness, they have endeavored slightly to try and improve one or two things, but they have still overall failed miserably. And the fact that even the Senate amendments are not being considered properly by this House shows that we and those who are propagating this whole idea are only interested in the funds, not in the why, not in the what, not in the how. Mr. Chairman, I want to say that the technical issues we raised on this affordable housing bill, the legal issues we raised, the policy issues still remain. They remain untouched. And to that extent, this amendment does not improve the original bill, and they are all for rejection. Let me just give one example and I sit down, Mr. Chairman. You see, when we raised the question of how the affordable housing relates to the counties, in this House, nobody wanted to hear that. At least in the Senate, they have endeavored to introduce a clause, clause 31A, in which they are introducing what they call the County Affordable Housing Committee. But that committee, they then prescribe who's to be met. And it begs two questions. One, if we agree that affordable housing generally is a mandate for the counties, then why are we prescribing and legislating for the counties how to execute their mandate? It means we are reprobating from the Constitution. Two, to establish a county committee which then is subordinate and answerable to the National Housing Board is to actually usurp the mandate of the county and place it at the national level. And that's just one example, Mr. Chairman. So what I want to say is this: all the policy issues, all the legal issues, all the technical issues still remain. And one day, if it is not the courts, then Kenyans will vindicate us. Thank you very much.
This Honorable Chepkonga.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I rise to support the amendments that have been proposed by the Senate. I completely disagree with my very good learned friend. I normally call him the Bush person, the Honorable Atiende Omolo. Mr. Chair, under Article 95 of the Constitution, the National Assembly resolves issues that are of concern to the people. Article 96 of the Constitution, the Senate protects the interest of the counties. So we could not discuss issues of the counties in this House. It is in fact the relevant House that has brought the amendments which we agree with. And in fact, and you should know, as Honorable Atiende Omolo knows, the housing element in the Constitution is a concurrent function. So the Senate had to come up with amendments that take into account the issues that concern the counties. And in fact, they have done very well, Mr. Chair. Correct. And that is the reason why I'm supporting. Okay. It is very constitutional. They have done the right thing in accordance with our standing orders and their standing orders. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I give the next person to intervene on this matter, members, join me in welcoming students from the PCA Elbagon Secondary School, Molo constituency in Nakuru County, students from Kaptebeswet Secondary School, Ainamoi, Kericho County, students from Kagumo Girls, Kirinyaga Central, Kirinyaga County, and students from Olaimutiai Secondary School, Narok East, Narok County. They are both in the public and the Speaker's gallery, and we welcome them to follow proceedings this afternoon. I'll give this chance to Honorable Mary Masse. I'll come this side, don't worry.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I arise to support the amendments by the Senate. And I strongly want to disagree with my friend Otende Amolo that this bill is not addressing their concerns. Honorable Chair, this bill is exactly doing the opposite. It is addressing majority of the concerns that were raised by the public. Issues around affordability, issues around suitability, issues around the location of these units, and issues around guarantee of ownership. Chair, when you look at clause 2, it is introducing new definitions to define the various categories of the units that will be established. Social housing unit that is targeting those that have an earning below 20K, 20,000. We have the affordable housing units that are targeting those earning between 20 to 149. And we also have the affordable middle class units targeting those earning over 149. And also the rural affordable housing units to target all those living in areas out that are not urban. So I don't know whether the honorable member actually has read these amendments. Thank you, Chair. I support.
The member for Vinyula.
Chair, the tragedy that has been the affordable housing bill continues. It went to the Senate. We thought Senate will have the temerity and the courage to cure the mess, but they have only amplified the mess, and we find ourselves in a terrible mess than we had before we left here. Honorable Speaker, and I want to echo the sentiments raised by the majority leader. The issue of a bicameral approach to preparation of bills. We wish the same spirit could also be amplified in the National Assembly here. Some of the amendments that have found themselves here, even though improperly presented, were raised during the committee of the whole House. But because of the partisan nature of our ways of doing things, they couldn't be considered. Now they have gone to Senate and they have been mutilated. Honorable Speaker, I want just to draw a very fundamental mistake that has occurred. When you look at the original bill that was passed here, agency means an institution allocated monies for affordable housing under Section 11. National Construction Authority, Honorable Speaker, has no mandate to implement affordable housing. It's a regulator, it's a supervisory body. I do not know how you are going to cure that fatality. I wouldn't imagine anybody who has attended a housing policy class lecture would have allowed this kind of a mess to find themselves. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, I want to really tell my neighbor, Mary Masse, on matters of housing policy, we are very careful how we define categories of housing ownership. What constitutes affordable housing, what constitutes low-income housing. It has no reference at all to income of a person. Because income is not static. It's a never moving.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Member for Kitui South.
Thank you, Chairperson. I support the amendments as they have been presented by the Senate and as read by yourself. First of all, Honorable Chair, I would like to say that I listened to Senior Counsel Otende Amolo, and I think he contradicted himself slightly as he was engaging. That first of all, he appreciated the inclusion of the Senate, but he said that we do not know who are going to be in these committees. So, Chair, I would like to say that it is good to have these committees that have been introduced, and going forward, this will be addressed in the regulations. Chair, also, these amendments have introduced a higher level of participation through those committees. Affordability has been highly addressed, Honorable Chair, through identification of those to benefit from the social houses, where they are focusing on the level of income. Chair, also, the Senate addressed quality, where they are saying that we must involve NCA and Public Works. So to me, the bill has been enhanced, and we need to appreciate this. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
This chance then goes to the member for Mombasa. Then I'll come this side.
Asante sana Chair, na nami niweze kuchangia mswada huu ambao umeletwa hapa Mheshimiwa Chair. Mheshimiwa Chair, sijui bunge hili lilikuwa wapi wakati ule wakipitisha bila kurekebisha, ndio hata leo tuletewe hapa tena waseme kuna marekebisho. Mheshimiwa Chair, Mheshimiwa Chair, mimi bado napinga mswada huu. Nasema ikiwa yule ambaye anakatwa pesa yake ana shamba yake na hajengewi katika shamba yake, basi huu ni ulaghai, huu ni wizi wa hali ya juu. Mheshimiwa Chair, na Mheshimiwa Chair, mimi nataka kusema tuangalie, tusiweze kufinya ugatuzi. Tusiweze kufinya ugatuzi, kwa sababu ikiwa jambo hili ni la ugatuzi, ni la county, kwa nini wasiwachwe wao wapange mikakati yao mpaka ije toke na huku juu? Mheshimiwa Chair, Mheshimiwa Chair, Wakenya bado paka sasa wanahangaika, na mimi narudi pale pale, ikiwa kweli serikali wanataka kujenga nyumba ambazo ni za watu wa maisha ya chini, Mheshimiwa Chair, pesa walizokata katika tax zile zingine zatosha. Mheshimiwa Chair.
Asante. Mimi ndio nilie kukupatia. Sasa niko na nafasi ya kukata pia. Aya, malizia basi. Mpe Mheshimiwa Zamzam amalizie.
Mheshimiwa Chair, mimi nasema tusiwadhulumu wa Kenya. Hao ambao tunakatwa pesa zao za housing levy, Mheshimiwa Chair, wengi wana madeni ambayo wamejenga majumba yao. Na kama wanataka kweli kujenga, jambo langu ni kuwa basi wasijenge kwa shamba la serikali, maana yake huwezi kunambia wanikata pesa kisha unijengee kwa shamba ambalo si langu. Nitakuwa na uhakika gani kuwa mimi nitamiliki ile nyumba? Kama wanataka kujenga kweli, wawajengee kwenye mashamba yao ambao wanamiliki wao wenyewe. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Chair.
Asante. Majority Whip. Leader, go ahead.
Honorable Chair, I would like to draw the attention of the House to the standing orders. Although Attendant Molo read Standing Order 148, but he twisted it to fit his circumstance to want to debate this third reading as if we are doing second reading. Honorable Speaker, when we come to third reading, we comb clause by clause. Even though you have read several clauses, which is okay, but we need to debate amendments, and that is the essence of third reading. We cannot open debate as if we are in second reading. I'm coming there. There is a difference.
The Honorable Baya.
Yes, but Honorable Speaker, we need to take votes.
Order. I suppose, order members, I suppose that you are contributing on the amendments. So honorable members, Honorable Baya, I read an odd 21 clauses. So I will not limit members on which clause they speak on. As long as you take your 2 minutes or 1.5 minutes, I will not limit members as proposed by Honorable Baya. I was hoping that you're going to contribute on the areas you want to contribute on, but not limit members on debate. So if you want to contribute, I'll give you a chance to contribute, but not to limit members on what they're going to say on this. I've already guided accordingly the Honorable Baya. I will not take the decision from you on this matter. The Honorable Timothy Rotorotich, are you contributing or guiding on how debate is going to happen? Because, just a minute, the Honorable Baya, I'll give you a chance to contribute on the amendments, but not on guiding how debate will happen on this matter. Okay, the Honorable Rotorotich.
Thank you, Chair, for the chance to contribute on these very important Senate proposed amendments. Chair, I support the amendments, but I have few reservations. Honorable Chair, I support to the extent that there is a formation of a county committee. However, Honorable Speaker, if you read article provision number 31G, it says nothing in this act shall preclude county governments from enacting legislation related to affordable housing in the counties. Honorable Speaker, that means we are opening a Pandora's box we are opening avenues for the 47 county governments to make legislations in respect to affordable housing. Honorable Speaker, that is a recipe for conflict, because if the 47 counties are allowed to make specific legislations on the affordable housing program, and we have a uniform law in this country, which is the Affordable Housing Bill, which will now become an act, it will be a nightmare when it comes to interpretation, because there is a possibility that a conflict will arise and different county governments will make different legislations on this particular subject. Honorable Speaker, it is something that we must look critically as a house, so that we have one uniform legislation providing for formation of county committees, and we avoid the issue of each county government making a specific legislation on the affordable housing programs. Honorable Chair, that is my submission and contribution.
I think, honorable members, we've had enough debate on this. I want this to put this. No, we are not debating the affordable housing bill afresh. We are considering amendments of the Senate, and I've given enough members on this matter. Honorable members, there is nothing out of order completely. I've given 6 on this side, 4 on this side. No, don't mujikal.
And therefore we still saying we cannot give. If we are going clause by clause, that would be right. But now we have taken all the clauses and we are still limiting people time. My colleagues, I'll tell you, if we ignore all the processes, that is why
this is your chance. This is your chance. This is your chance. Okay. Honorable members. Honorable members, I think we've had enough reactions to this. I proceed to put the question, which is that the Senate amendments to the clauses that I read earlier, inter alia clauses 2, 5, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 23, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 38, 39, 40, 42, 44, 45, 47, 48, 49 be now approved. As many of opinion say aye. As many of opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
New clauses, new clause 11A proposed by the Senate.
Honorable members, I now propose. Chair. Order. Honorable Nikal, order. Order, members. Chairman.
Honorable Chair, Honorable Chair, I beg to move that new clause 11A, 11B be now read a second time.
Just a minute. Can I stand up and make a point? No, order. Don't label Nyekerario. Order. Honorable members, I think it's order. It can't be right that when I rule them wrong, you clap. When I rule you wrong, you make noise. It's not the way it's done. It can't be that when I rule them out of order, you clap and make allulations. When I tell you out of order, so the Honorable Makali Mulu, resume your seat. Resume your seat. Honorable Makali, resume your seat. Honorable Nyikal, resume your seat. Resume your seat, Honorable Nyikal. You have been heard. Resume your seat. Resume your seat. This matter will proceed as per the law and the procedures of the House, not as per the feelings of members on what they feel is wrong or right. Let's proceed. Let me listen before we proceed. Let me listen to the Honorable Makali Mulu on what is out of order.
Chairman, with all due respect.
Allow us to listen to Makali Mulu. Don't Honorable Nyikal. Allow me to listen to Makali Mulu.
Chairman,
go ahead.
With all due respect, the clauses have been voted, yes, you have no problem. But Mr. Chairman, you and me, we have been in this house for over 10 years. Right. Anytime we are on third reading, we always go clause by clause, and where we have in between clauses which are not been amended. Now, in a situation where you read from clause 1 to the 46, and the amendments, Honorable Chair, that's what we are saying, Honorable Chair.
That's okay. Thank you. Can I give guidance on this? Because it seems there is some lack of understanding of the procedure. What we do in this house normally, even with our own bills, and I want to listen carefully on this, even on our own bills, whenever you're considering the committee of the whole house, clauses that have no amendments are never even considered for debate at all. And what I've read, the clauses I've read, all the clauses I've read have no amendments. That's the point. No member here, no member in this house has an amendment to the Senate's amendments. So it has to be clear to you on that. Let's proceed. Let's proceed.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that new clause 11A and 11B be read a second time as per the order paper, that the bill be amended by inserting the following new clause.
Chair, move them one by one. Move them one by one.
Yeah, they are both, okay. It's one clause, 11, A and B.
Move one by one.
Okay. Honorable Chair, I beg to move that new clause 11A be read a second time as per the order paper, and 11A, that the board may, with the approval of the Cabinet Secretary in charge of Treasury, invest any income that is not immediately required.
Thank you. Members, I propose the question that the new clause 11A, as proposed by the Senate, be now read a second time.
Put the question.
I now put the question that the new clause A, as proposed by the Senate, 11A, as proposed by the Senate, be now read a second time. Last member of opinion say aye. Aye. Last member of opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Chair. I now propose the question that the new clause 11A, as proposed by the Senate, be part of the bill. I put the question that the new clause 11A, as proposed by the Senate, be part of the bill. Will last member of opinion say aye? Aye. Will last member of opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 11B proposed by the Senate.
Chair.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 11B be amended as proposed by the Senate, that the board may, with the approval of the Cabinet Secretary in charge of Treasury, borrow funds for the advancement of the objectives of this Act.
Thank you. I propose the question that the new clause 11B, as proposed by the Senate, be now read a second time. Yes, Honorable Member for Funyula.
Chair, I just want to tell the Kenyans to know, if they borrow, there is a cost for borrowing. There's a cost for finance, and that cost will be passed over to the eventual Kenyan who will buy the house. So the issue of affordability is a smoke screen. We are going to get into the same regime of looting, borrowing, misusing the money, and passing over the cost of borrowing to the final cost of the house. Affordability is a mirage.
Thank you. I now put the question that the new clause 11B, as proposed by the Senate, be now read a second time. As many of the opinion say aye. Aye. As many of the opinion say nay. The ayes have it. I propose the question that the new clause 11B, as proposed by the Senate, be part of the bill. I put the question that the new clause 11B, as proposed by the Senate, be part of the bill. As many of the opinion say aye. Aye. As many of the opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
New clause 31A proposed by the Senate.
Chair.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that new clause 31A be read a second time as proposed by the Senate.
I propose the question, members, that the new clause 31A as proposed by the Senate be now read a second time.
Put the question.
I put the question that the new clause 31A as proposed by the Senate be now read a second time. As many other opinions say aye. Aye. As many other opinions say nay. Ayes have it. I now propose the question that the new clause 31A as proposed by the Senate be part of the bill. I put the question that the new clause 31A as proposed by the Senate be part of the bill. As many other opinions say aye. Aye. As many other opinions say nay. The ayes have it.
New clause 31B proposed by the Senate.
Chair.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that new clause 31B be read a second time as proposed by the Senate.
I propose the question that the new clause 31B as proposed by the Senate be now read a second time. I now put the question that the new clause 31B as proposed by the Senate be now read a second time. As many other opinions say aye. Aye. As many other opinions say nay. The ayes have it. I now propose the question that the new clause 31B as proposed by the Senate be part of the bill. I put the question that the new clause 31B as proposed by the Senate be part of the bill. Will as many other opinions say aye? Aye. Will as many other opinions say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 31C proposed by the Senate.
Chair. Honorable Chair, I beg to move that new clause 31C be read a second time as proposed by the Senate.
I now propose the question that the new clause 31C as proposed by the Senate be now read a second time. Is that Majority Leader? Yes. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, and I rise to support. Honorable Chair, if members, those who cared to read, unlike the Honorable Zamzam, who I have seen speaking about the involvement of counties, if only she had bothered to read. And Honorable Speaker, if you can protect contribution of speaking about the contribution or the involvement of county governments. If she had bothered to read the committee's report, if she had bothered to read the amendments from the Senate, and I must thank, I think the Honorable Chepkonga, I saw the Honorable Chepkonga answering that all these clauses 31C all the way to F relate to the constitution of the county committees and giving a role to the county governments in this affordable housing issues, Honorable Speaker. And this particular clause, Honorable Speaker, even limits the terms of those who will serve in the county committee, the county committees, to a term of 3 years, to ensure that there is at least a good array of professionals who have the opportunity to serve in the county committees. And Honorable Speaker, it also speaks to issues to do with integrity, because they will be managing funds, Honorable Speaker, that will be appropriated to the counties, because the counties have also been identified as part of the implementing agencies of affordable housing. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, I support, and I would beg those that take opportunity in third reading to just come, shout and yell. Please, take your time, read, understand.
Thank you.
Because I saw the member for Mombasa.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Thank you. Thank you, Majority Leader. There's Honorable Tende.
Mr. Chairman, the leader of majority has this habit of thinking he's the only intelligent person who reads and understands. And therefore is imputing that when we debate, we have not read and we have not understood. It is fair for him to make his point without trying to diminish others. You know, the fact that you went to your village school does not make you any more intelligent than the rest of us. Your worldview is Kikuyu.
We shall ignore, because we didn't have village schools. I now put the question that the new clause 31C as proposed by the Senate be now read a second time. As one opinion say aye. As many opinion say nay. The ayes have it. I propose the question that the new clause 31C as proposed by the Senate be part of the bill. I now put the question that the new clause 31C as proposed by the Senate be part of the bill. As one opinion say aye. As many as people say nay. The ayes have it.
New clause 31D proposed by the Senate.
Chair. Honorable Chair, I beg to move that new clause 31D be now read a second time as proposed by the Senate.
Do you want to say anything about it? What is it about?
Honorable Chair, new clause 31D says the follows: that the chairperson or the members of the county committee shall be paid such sitting allowances or other remuneration for expenses as recommended by the Salaries and Remuneration Commission. So this provides for a small allowance to be paid as a sitting allowance to those members in the counties who will be involved in matters of affordable housing in the counties.
I now propose the question that the new clause 31D, as proposed by the Senate, be now read a second time.
Put the question.
I put the question that the new clause 31D, as proposed by the Senate, be now read a second time. As many of opinion say aye. As many of opinion say nay. The ayes have it. I propose the question that the new clause 31D, as proposed by the Senate, be part of the bill. I put the question that the new clause 31D, as proposed by the Senate, be part of the bill. As many of opinion say aye. As many of opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
New clause 31A proposed by the Senate.
Chair. Honorable Chair, I beg to move that new clause 31E be read a second time as proposed by the Senate. And this clause, Honorable Speaker, is providing for the conduct of affairs of business at the county committees in accordance with the first schedule. I beg to move that this be read a second time.
Thank you. Members, I propose the question that the new clause 31E, as proposed by the Senate, be now read a second time, and advise members as we do so to avoid, there are things you can avoid as we do this, I'm sure. I put the question that the new clause 31E, as proposed by the Senate, be now read a second time. As many of opinion say aye. As many of opinion say nay. The ayes have it. I now propose the question that the new clause 31E, as proposed by the Senate, be part of the bill. I put the question that the new clause 31E, as proposed by the Senate, be part of the bill. As many of opinion say aye. As many of opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
New clause 31F proposed by the Senate.
Chair. Honorable Chair, I beg to move the new clause 31F be read a second time as proposed by the Senate. Honorable Chair, this new clause provides that the county committee will develop a 5-year affordable housing program in the counties and an annual plan in the counties that must be presented to the county assemblies for approval. I beg to move, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. Members, I propose the question that the new clause 31F, as proposed by the Senate, be now read a second time. The Honorable Member for Funyula.
Chair, as much as probably towards improving the role of the county government, but there is a catch there. Two issues. Number 31FD could easily be misinterpreted and make municipal boards and city boards to be an agency and are not expressly provided for in the schedule. Honorable Chair, when you go to F, for what use is it to make reports to the county assembly, here did not appropriate any money for purpose of affordable housing? This is where the elephant lies, and that's why, Chair, rushing these things is a problem. And for record purpose, some of us, those of us who went to Starehe Boys Center School, we boarded a train from Seaport to come to Nairobi. We didn't go to village schools all our life.
I now put the question that the new clause 31F, as proposed by the Senate, be now read a second time. As many of opinion say aye. As many of opinion say nay. The ayes have it. I propose the question that the new clause 31F, as proposed by the Senate, be part of the bill. I put the question that the new clause 31F, as proposed by the Senate, be part of the bill. As many of opinion say aye. As many of opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
New clause 31G proposed by the Senate.
Chair. Honorable Chair, maybe perhaps before I move this new clause 31G, I would like to correct the information that have been passed in this House by Honorable Odom. County governments are one of the implementing agencies. And that would mean that then, if they would then be allocated funds for implementing affordable housing, then those reports would fall squarely in the oversight of the county assemblies. Honorable Chair, I beg to move that new clause, that 1G, be read a second time. Honorable Chair, this clause precludes county governments from enacting legislation related to affordable housing in the counties.
Thank you. I propose a question of the new clause 31G, as proposed by the Senate, be now read a second time.
For the question.
The Honorable Dorothy Timothy.
Chair, I have heard the Chair of Finance saying that this provision precludes county governments from making legislation. Chair, reading the provision, it says, nothing in this act shall preclude, meaning county governments will make legislations on the affordable housing program, which, Honorable Chair, in my opinion, it will bring an issue of conflicts, because we have a legal framework in this country that we provided to provide a uniform law for providing for the affordable housing program. Chair, now we will create, if we allow each county government to make up a law on this subject, it means we shall have 47 different acts of county assemblies on this subject. So, Chair, I have an issue with that. Maybe you can clarify.
You clarify, Chair. It's quite straightforward, that one.
So, Honorable Chair, yes, the Honorable teach read correctly that nothing in this act shall preclude county governments from enacting legislation relating to affordable housing in the counties. For example, an appropriations bill by any county assembly to allocate funds for establishing whether it is institutional housing or affordable housing for the counties would be a piece of legislation emanating from a county assembly anywhere in the country. And there is nothing that would stop any county assembly in this country from now making such a program. It means this affordable housing program, the institutional housing programs being enacted at the national government level can be done the same in counties. And we've seen several counties already doing that. So there is nothing out of order in that.
Just to guide the member for Marakwet West, let me give some guidance. The Honorable you have spoken on this. The guidance I want to give on this is that the county assemblies can actually make laws on anything devolved, as long as what the laws they make don't contradict the national laws. And where they do, the national law takes precedent. That is the law we passed in this assembly. The member for Seme.
Chair, if we have G, they're making laws. The funding for all this is coming from the levy. And there are all these 47 people making laws. Does it mean that as they make these laws, and even in F, they actually must make reference to the national body? Because it will then be like we have here, when you have a money with finance bill. So when they have these finance bills, which now they are making, and the funding is coming from there, because this money will not be given through the division of revenue bill and so on. So this is a levy on its own at somewhere else, and these people are now making a law at the county level. What will be the process, particularly in financing? So,
can I give to the Honorable Dido Raso?
Thank you very much, Chair. I think reading this clause, it actually tells us that you are not going to prevent the county to take initiative in terms of establishing housing units. Correct. I think on the other side, what the Honorable Member of Seme is saying, this thing is domiciled at the national level, it is patented, but that is not the case. If the county of Marsabit wishes to come up with 2,000 housing units above what has been allocated or given by the national government, then be it so that the county has that freedom of action. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Member for Dagoretti South. Dagoretti North, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, when you look at 31F and 31G, having worked in the county, what we are trying to say is that without us reading within the words the way the Senate has put to us, it is a moment of just ensuring the whole process of housing leaves the national government and goes to the county government. Because remember, the county assembly will be doing laws because at that time the executive, which is the governor's side, has requested chair. So all I'm trying to say, yes, we are saying yes to it, but it is one clause that I'll remember what Senior Mogaro said, we have to relook at it, especially where they brought in D. You must look at all those and ask yourself, what will happen with collaboration with the boards of cities and municipalities? It's a very good catch for counties, and it is a crisis that will be in national government.
There's honorable member for Funyula.
Probably we need to reflect on 31G soberly. During the committee of the whole house here, some amendments were thrown out on the account that there needs to be uniformity in affordable housing. We had proposed a segregated approach because what's affordable in Mandera is not what's affordable in Busia. And it was thrown out. Honorable Speaker, Chair, giving the counties to set other laws to domesticate or to do the same work is now a contradiction. Is there a contemplation in any way that the county assemblies can also, the county government, can appropriate funds and undertake affordable housing in parallel to the fund, to the levy we are creating here? That's the understanding. That's the understanding. So we need to be very careful. We might push down the throat of the members here and the Kenyans, but this will come to haunt us. Not so long
I think
from today.
we are pushing this too far. Whether that clause is there or not, if you look at Schedule 4 of the Constitution, nothing would still stop the counties from making their own laws relating to housing. Whether that clause is there or not, it won't stop the counties. It is really something that even if we debated, won't take us anywhere, members, and therefore, I now put the question that the new clause 31G, as proposed by the Senate, be now the second time. Will as many other opinion say aye? Will as many other opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Members, I propose the question, therefore, that the new clause 31G, as proposed by the Senate, be part of the bill. I put the question that the new clause 31G, as proposed by the Senate, be part of the bill. As many other opinion say aye? As many opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 37A proposed by the Senate.
Chair. Honorable Chair, I beg to move that the new clause 37A, as proposed by the Senate, be now read a second time. Honorable Chair, the House would really appreciate this amendment because it says that where the board shall, where an affordable housing project is to be implemented on land on which exists a settlement, one, there is requirement to issue a notice in the prescribed form to the residents of that settlement of the intended implementation of the project, and two, put in place a mechanism for the resettlement of those residents, and C, to offer to the residents in that settlement the first right to purchase a unit in that project. So this, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chair, is meant to protect where there is already an established establishment, but that settlement has been earmarked for affordable housing. Therefore, those people have to be given notice, they have to be resettled, and preference has to be given to them in the purchase of those units to be built in that settlement. With that, I beg to move that that be read a second time as proposed by the Senate amendment.
Thank you. I propose the question that the new clause 37A, as proposed by the Senate, be now read a second time. I put the question that the new clause 37A, as proposed by the Senate, be now read a second time. As many other opinion say aye. As many other opinion say nay. The ayes have it. I propose the question that the new clause 37A, as proposed by the Senate, be part of the bill. I now put the question that the new clause 37A, as proposed by the Senate, be part of the bill. As many other opinion say aye. As many other opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
New clause 42A proposed by the Senate.
Chair, 42A.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that the clause 42A be read now the second time as proposed by the Senate amendment. Honorable Chair, again, this amendment is set to safeguard the ownership of the houses because the Senate observed that there are some houses that has been that have been allocated to people who are not beneficiaries of that, and therefore this tightens us to make sure that only those people who have paid for those houses get to be beneficiaries of this housing scheme.
Thank you. I propose a question that the new clause 42A, as proposed by the Senate, be now read a second time. The member for the Agriculture North. Is it a contribution or point of order? Because I think you're confusing the two.
Chair, when I look at now clause 42, first of all, it gives one an opportunity to withdraw your savings by issuing 90 days, and then 42, yes. But then at the same time, it doesn't now inform any of the persons at what point had you contributed for you now to issue. Because I can decide today I contribute and tomorrow I am out. But the second one, where you now say may apply to the board for approval of issuance of an affordable mortgage to develop a rural affordable housing unit, am I now getting the mortgage to develop in my land and this was affordable housing, or what happens? Especially when I'm living in a city like Nairobi.
Thank
what
you.
happens with this?
It's on a point of order. I think that is clause 42, which is not being debated. We are on new clauses 42A Correct. And 42B. Correct. I think 42A is the one that has been read. Correct. So our colleague there is a little bit, I think, out of sync.
Thank you. There's the Honorable Mwenje.
Thank you, Chair. I rise on standing order number 1 because I believe the Chair of Finance, the issue that was being raised by the member of Dagoretti North is what the Chair of Finance has touched on. So I'd kindly also request that he further clarifies on whether it was 42A, because I believe I had his wording, reading on what was on 42, was 42.
Honorable Chair, could you just respond on 42A, the new clause?
So, Honorable Chair, the issue raised by my good friend, Honorable Beatrice Elachi, relates to clause 42. And clause 42 is part of the amendments that were brought by the Senate, which is an issue that we have already resolved on as a House. The stage that we are now in is debating the new clauses. And the new clause that I just moved for second reading is new clause 42A, that reads, the board shall, with the approval of Cabinet Secretary, transfer the ownership of an affordable housing unit to a qualified applicant upon completion of payment and payment of agreed price, and then 2, 3, and 4. So I hope that gives proper guidance on it.
Thank you. Members, I now put the question that the new clause 42A, as proposed by the Senate, be now read a second time. As many of opinion say aye. Aye. As many of opinion say nay. The ayes have it. I propose the question, members, that the new clause 42A, as proposed by the Senate, be part of the bill. I put the question that the new clause 42A, as proposed by the Senate, be part of the bill. As many of opinion say aye. Aye. As many of opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
New clause 42B proposed by the Senate.
Chair. Honorable Chair, I beg to move that new clause 42B be now read a second time as proposed by the Senate. 42B reads, Honorable Chair, that except with the prior written consent of the board, a purchaser of an affordable housing unit under this act shall not, by contract, agreement, or otherwise sell or agree to sell his or her unit or any interest therein to any other person. Honorable Chair, this particular provision is meant to make sure that, to safeguard that those beneficiaries of these housing schemes do not get duped into selling them, or people using people's IDs and KRA pins to purchase on behalf of others and then have these houses transferred to themselves. I beg to move, Honorable Chair.
Let me propose first. I propose the question that the new clause 42B, as amended, as proposed by the Senate, be now read a second time. The member for Arieda.
Chairman, you know, The danger of rushing all these things is that you end up with serious problems.
We are not rushing anything.
I'm talking about the whole.
We have taken our time on this very deliberately.
No, not this particular stage.
Okay, thank you.
You know, this 42B is intended to cure a problem created by the act itself, the bill itself. But it seeks to cure it in an unconstitutional manner. Once you have bought property, it is yours. And you immediately fall under Article 40 of the Constitution. Article 40 of the Constitution is so clear, protection of property. You can buy property on your own or in community with others. And then 2 says, Parliament shall not enact a law that permits the state or any person, go straight to B, to limit or in any way restrict the enjoyment of that right. Your right to property includes you keeping it, it includes you selling it. And Article 40 directs Parliament that we cannot enact such legislation. Now 42B is purporting to do just that very thing. How outrageous.
Thank you. The member for Funyula.
Chair, this is the absurdity of the whole process. Surely, honestly speaking, how somebody in his right sense can insert this particular clause. You know, reminiscent of the days of the Commission of Lands, that you could not sell or charge a property until you have got consent of the Commission of Lands, and that was lands given to you under the Government Properties Act, the Government Lands Act, which has long been abolished. Honorable Speaker, you know, we are suggesting that a person who gets affordable housing will never has a chance to upgrade himself to go to another housing. And for you to go to another housing, you must dispose of this housing in a proper and an open market and move to a higher level. I mean, what's that? I can't just understand.
Member for Kitui Central. I'll come back this side.
Chairman,
I'll come back this side. Give it a minute.
Yeah, Chairman, I think this new 44B.
It's 42B.
42B is actually going to kill the whole of this bill. Because what is happening, Chairman, from what Honorable Otienda has read, the Constitution is very clear. So we are having a clause here which is unconstitutional, and I think it's good. It's unfortunate we are not supposed to amend anything here, but let's see how it goes. Because I cannot buy a house, and after taking ownership of that house, you start telling me I go to a board if I want to sell the house. It is my house. Once I pay for the house, it becomes my house, and I can sell it anytime. So I think this clause, Mr. Chairman, needs to be reviewed.
Thank you. No, Hoseme. I'm coming this side.
Chair, some things are ridiculous. Can you imagine the number of houses we want to build for people? If you want to sell this house, there is a board which now can authorize you to sell your own house. Can you imagine the integrity issues that we involve, the bureaucratic issues that we involve, leave alone the constitutional issues that have been raised by Honorable Otiende? How can you have a house that you need another person to give you authority to sell?
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, this is madness.
Honorable Chepkonga.
Thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chair. You know, some contributions are very hilarious, particularly coming from the Honorable Atienda Molo. You know, it is written in very plain English. It says the purchaser. Article 40 talks about a proprietor. This is not the same language. A purchaser has not acquired total ownership because they have not paid the total amount. So if you have not paid for the property, you don't own it. You will need a consent for you to get it from the board. Because otherwise you are going to defraud us. And he purports to be I mean, you know, you are a lawyer and this is very clear.
Thank you.
Mr.
Thank you. Honorable Bashir.
Honorable Speaker, I think this clause for 2B is a bit confusing because it talks about a purchaser. For this one to qualify for them not to sell or transfer, there must be an additional statement to say
if a purchaser has not finished paying for the house. But as it is now, a purchaser, if your purchase is you, on this particular aspect, I want to add the term. Honorable Speaker, please, majority, it's up to my statement.
What is the majority doing?
Honorable Speaker, my point is this.
Yes. We shall listen to Bashir in silence now.
Please, let me
allow
finish.
him to make his point.
You know, let us differentiate between issue of saying, if I am a purchaser, that means I have paid for it. But if this 42B clause is supposed to stand, it must go with the right to say, if you have not completed paying for the house, then you can't transfer. But as it is now, this itself is unconstitutional. This one, it has come with some other amendments.
I gave 5 this side. I want to give 4 this side before I come back this side. Please, I want this side to just cool down. I gave 5 this side. Allow this also have their 5. Remember for Manyata.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I just want to really make a contribution. That, Honorable Speaker, these houses, when they are being built, there is subsidization on issues of land, there is subsidization on issues taxes, and Honorable Speaker, these are not houses that are supposed to be in business of being sold. And Honorable Speaker, there is even a law in this country that says if government pays for your school, let's say masters, you have to work for government for 5 years so that government can get value for money. Honorable Speaker, we don't want to make billionaires out of these houses.
Thank you.
We want houses that are going to be used and not even get sold. If that is the matter. Thank you. So this clause is solving that, and I fully support. Thank you.
Just to add on what my fellow member to the committee
I've told you
speaker,
to wait. Come on. What kind of member is this? Go ahead. Go ahead.
Chair, I think I just wanted to make a follow-up on what Mheshimiwa said, that remember, these are houses which are done on taxpayers' money. They're not done on anybody's, private money. These are houses which are built on taxpayers' money. Number 2, these are houses which are built on public land. So, and therefore, the government has the authority to give regulations on whether you should sell immediately on purchase or you can retain for as long as you live. So, Chair, I think we need to understand that this is not a private institution that we are dealing with.
Mutembei.
Chairman, clause 42B, msitufundishe kizungu. Chair, I read for 2B, clause for 2B, except with the prior written consent of the board, a purchaser of an affordable housing unit under this act shall not by contract, leader majority, nisikize.
What is out of order?
Protect me, Chair.
Dr. Mutembei, I want to listen to Dr. Chingwa's point of order. You will have your chance just now.
Honorable Speaker, you know we are a house of rules and procedures, and we have young children in the speaker's gallery who are watching the proceedings. And this house, there are rules as to the language that you use. If you begin in Swahili, you must complete in Swahili. You cannot mix the two languages. And therefore, what Honorable Mutembei is doing, saying that munatufunza kizungu, then she continues to transact business in English. She must choose which language she is conversant with. I know English might be a challenge.
Those both.
Mutembei.
Chairman, nilikuwa nasema ndio huyu mwenyekiti huyu.
You see, the honorable member, I don't want to get involved in this. I want you to make your point. Please.
Leader of majority is confusing. Chairman, I was reading this clause 42B so that my people can understand this English translated by the leader of majority and the Kiswahili, what will make them understand. Chairman, 42B reads, except with the prior written consent of the board, a purchaser of an affordable housing unit under this act shall not, by contract, agreement, or otherwise, sell or agree to sell his or her unit or any interest therein to any other person. Ndio watu wa Kilifi wasikie. Property purchaser.
Do that.
Oh, yes.
No, you can't do that. Order, member. Order. You can't do that. The member for Kajiado Central.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I want us to be very reasonable and sober when legislating. Honorable Chair.
There is a person, there's a member of parliament on the floor. Can we listen to him?
Please. Thank you. Honorable Chair, I think we need to remind ourselves that one, these houses are built on public land. We need to also remind ourselves that these houses is as a result of contributions by all Kenyans who are working. And we cannot allow, as members of this house, that people benefit from the sweat of others and go and make business from these houses. Simply, there's no other way of putting it.
Thank you.
This law is to cure that mischief. Thank you.
Honorable Mayaka.
Please, what is the
Ayonge. Honorable Chair, thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I'm still on the contentious clause that we are dealing with. And Honorable Chair, I've listened to Honorable Chepkonga bring up the issue of semantics. And Honorable Chair, in all honesty, we all said that the devil is in the detail. When you try and differentiate the definition between a purchaser, a proprietor, an owner, and yet it's very clear what Honorable Otiende shared with us. And I just want us as a house to be very careful. By the time we want to pass a clause that is in contradiction with the Constitution, and we all know very well that the Constitution is supreme. Honorable Chair, in all honesty, we need to be very careful with this. And my suggestion is that we review and relook at 42B because it is in direct contradiction with the Constitution.
Thank you.
We don't want to pass a law here that someone tomorrow will go to court and stop this whole process.
Thank you.
Because we have the opportunity to do the right thing.
Thank you. Honorable Karoli, lastly.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I think there are certain nuances of law that we all need to understand on a matter such as this. There is the concept of ownership or absolute ownership of property and the limitations that come with that. When you read this, there's a problem, a drafting problem. What I've seen, I've not seen the definition of purchaser. I've not seen that in the documentation. So I think we need to address that.
Okay.
We need to address that. Secondly, I think we need to understand very clearly that affordable housing has special arrangements the way we do it. They are subsidized. It's not a purely market thing. So there must be some restrictions. It is not the first time that our laws are putting the consent concept on the enjoyment of private property. We have land consent, those land control boards for agricultural land. We have them for a very specific purpose, so that the agricultural land can be protected and managed in a certain way. So this is not a new concept. The concept that there should be consent, that is allowed under our laws.
Thank you. Lastly,
no, I'm not finished.
I'm going to give the. Thank you. Can we hear what Honorable Karoli is saying? Honorable Karoli, can you finalize your statement?
Yes, the concept of consent is not new in our laws. We should have it, but we should say it should not be unreasonably withheld, and we should also understand that the purchaser has to be defined, because the purchaser may be different from an owner.
Thank you.
Under the law. Thank you.
Majority Leader, lastly on this matter.
Chair, allow me to thank the Honorable Karoli and Honorable Chepkonga and the member for Kajiado Central for putting the record straight. Honorable Speaker, if a careful reading of that particular provision, and I know Honorable Tienda Omolo had a problem with the school I went to because it's in my village, but so are all these other children in the Speaker's gallery who attend their village schools, just like I attend.
I wish to avoid that.
Honorable Speaker, if you allow me, Honorable Speaker, I was waiting for the member for Kilifi to finish making noise, then I can transact what I'm saying. Honorable Speaker, it says, except with the written approval of the board. And Chepkonga put it very well, that until you become the owner of the house, upon completion of payment of the house, you co-own that house together with the board, because it is a board that owns the house that is selling to you. And therefore, you cannot transfer without the consent of the other person who co-owns that house with you. Two, Honorable Speaker, we have said it, that they say, if it walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, it is definitely a duck. We were here during second reading of this bill, when many of these people who are now opposing this particular clause, purporting to be speaking against this bill, were telling us that this bill is designed to make sure that people who have means will now all buy these houses using proxies, then transfer the houses back to themselves. The Senate listened to you, and they amended this bill to make sure that you who walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, and you might definitely be a duck, that those who have cartel tendencies will not use this bill to use proxies to buy houses, then soon after transfer those houses to themselves. That you will only be able to transfer the affordable housing to a third party upon attaining what the Honorable Karoli Omondi referred to as absolute ownership. And that is why the Honorable Irene Mayaka should have listened to what she's saying as semantics. They are not semantics. What Chepkonga was telling you, the difference between the purchaser and the owner. Even the English Oxford Dictionary has a different definition of who a purchaser is. Somebody who buys. An owner is somebody who owns. You have not owned the house until you finish the process of purchase. Therefore, when you are a purchaser for value, you shall not be allowed to transfer without the consent of the board.
Thank you.
To avoid the cartels, Honorable Speaker, that were already lining up, getting ready to buy, then sell, using proxies, using their drivers, using their house girls. Now they'll be so ashamed that house girls, mama mbogas,
let me hear the
even touts will be able to.
1 minute. What is out of order, Honorable Tiende?
You know, Mr. Chairman, it is okay to debate. I am even comfortable with the fact that no matter what we say, this will pass. I have no problem with that. My problem is purporting to mislead the nation in terms of misinterpretation of the law by Honorable Chepkonga and the majority.
So what is out of order?
It is out of order to mislead the nation in terms of what it actually reads.
What makes you think? Order.
The point is this.
Order, members. Honorable Tiende, because I've given a chance on this and you guided well, I want to believe that what you are saying and what the Honorable Chingwa is saying are all points of debate. None of you is misleading or leading the other. So I would request that we let this lie, because you've made your point really. You've made your point really. Yeah. No, so the Honorable Majority Leader, 1 minute to finalize. The Honorable Majority Leader, 1 minute to finalize, please.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. There was no point of order, Honorable Speaker, and therefore rest my case.
Thank you.
And say that this will protect very many innocent Kenyans who would have been taken advantage of by being used as proxies by cartels to buy houses and transfer to themselves.
Thank you so
Speaker.
much,
Nobody will make money out of this program.
I put the question now, members, that the new clause 42B, as proposed by the Senate, be now read a second time. Will as many of opinion say aye? Will as many of opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Members, I propose the question, very much upon the order of order. I now propose the question that the new clause 42B, as proposed by the Senate, be part of the bill. I put the question that the new clause 42B, as proposed by the Senate, be part of the bill. Will as many of opinion say aye? Will as many of opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Senate amendments to the first and third schedules.
I propose the question that Senate amendments to the first and second and the third schedules be part of the bill. I propose the question that Senate amendments to the first and third schedule be approved. I now put the question that the Senate amendment to the first and third schedules be approved. As many opinion say aye. As many as the common opinion say nay. The ayes have it. The Honorable Chekonga and the Honorable Otiende, you can take this after. I now call upon the mover to move for reporting. The majority. It's done, we finished. All of them are done.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Senate amendments to the Affordable Housing Bill, National Assembly Bill number 75 of 2023, and its approval thereof without amendments.
Thank you so much. Honorable members, I'll now put the question, which is that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Senate amendments to the Affordable Housing Bill, National Assembly Bill number 75 of 2023, and its approval thereof without amendments. As many other opinions say aye. Aye. As many other opinions say nay. Because the ayes have it.
Honorable members, Madam Speaker.
Chairperson.
It means agreed.
The Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Senate amendments to the Affordable Housing Bill, National Assembly Bill number 75 of 2023, and approved the same without amendments.
Mover of the bill.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. I also request Honorable Makilap to second the motion for agreement with the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Makilap. I second.
Wait. Okay. Madam Speaker, I second.
Honorable members, I propose the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. You want to say so? Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me, Honorable Speaker, take this moment to thank these members who have considered all these amendments by the Senate. As I said, Honorable Speaker, in moving the motion for agreement with the Senate, that many of these amendments enrich the bill and protect the homeowners who will buy these houses, and also protect the country against cartels that intended to use this law to acquire houses, then sell them for value at rates that they will make profits. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as we noted from the committee's report, there are quite a number of minor amendments that the committee had not agreed with, both the Committee for Finance and the Committee for Housing, and those, as was indicated in the report, they have proposed that they could be considered in miscellaneous statutes because they are minor in nature. Some also could be done through the Finance Act, and others, Honorable Speaker, through the Comprehensive Housing Bill that the ministry is working on. And I do hope, Honorable Speaker, that the committees will pick up all those issues, the Committee on Finance, the Committee on Housing, to make sure that we continue improving this legislation, Honorable Speaker. Let me finish, Honorable Speaker, by saying legislation is a process and is never something that you do and it's never redone again. Remember, we did a law through the Finance Act. We have now reviewed what was done and critiques in courts, and we have now addressed many of the issues, or almost all the issues that the courts raised, Honorable Speaker, and will continue to legislate to keep improving on our laws. Therefore, give assurance even to those who went to Ambira High School, like the Honorable Otiende Amolo, who I know is a good, very good legislator, Honorable Speaker, that he is very keen in considering all issues that come to the House. But when we also point out, Honorable Speaker, when we point out...
Let it be as a point of order.
Please. Thank you. Madam Speaker, is it in order for the majority leader to take me to a school I never went to? I went to the Maranda National School, which remains a national school to date. So please.
The majority leader is now duly informed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. You know, my good friend Otiende, I didn't know you went to Maranda. And you know, Maranda is also a village school in Bondo. Just like the Alliance High School, is a village school in Kikuyu, where I come from. Therefore, we all went to some village school, including these beautiful children in the gallery. They go to some village schools in their villages, and we must encourage all our children in this country. And that is why, Honorable Speaker, I was saying it is also equally important, and Honorable Otiende Amolo knows I was not referring to him when I say that members should come here well equipped. I know the Honorable Otiende Amolo, I know the Honorable Professor Nyikal, the Honorable Professor Udo, do read. And I took issue with the Honorable Zamzam, who was speaking to issues that have been addressed by the committee in the report that was tabled here. There are also issues that were addressed in the amendments, but she was speaking to them without having read the report. And I challenge the Honorable Speaker, because I do not just say things for the sake. Honorable Speaker, I did ask the Honorable Zamzam, have you read the report? And she confirmed she had not read. That does not mean she has no capacity to read, as Honorable Otiende Amolo might have insinuated. Of course, I have tremendous respect for members, especially those who have capacity to read. But I know there are also some with challenges to read, understand English. And Honorable Speaker, you saw the difficulty the member for Kilifi had in trying to articulate something in English. And we understand her. Honorable Speaker, with that, I thank all these members, including the member for Kilifi, who the Honorable Deputy Leader for Majority, Owen Bayer, has already commissioned housing in her own neighborhood. And I want to ask the member for Kilifi, please, your brothers, your cousins who have no jobs, they will now have an opportunity to get jobs in the affordable housing scheme being undertaken by the member for Kilifi North. Therefore, please, Honorable Speaker, may I request the member for Kilifi to mobilize the people of Kilifi, just like I will mobilize the people of Kikuyu to go and look for jobs in this affordable housing scheme. With that, Honorable Speaker, I support and I beg to thank all members.
You do have your card? I can't see you.
Put the question now.
I'll give you a minute to make your point of order. Honorable member for Kilifi, please just keep it to a minute.
Madam Speaker, I wonder why the leader majority, whenever he needs to put straight document in this parliament,
has to deal with the Kilifi women rep. Ask him what is the interest, because I speak for Kilifi, not for him from the village schools. Thank you.
Honorable members. Honorable members, if you can't just heckle from your seat, you just say point of order once, and then I'll let you speak. So let me proceed. I now put the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in its said report. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The ayes have it. Next
order number 12, motion, report of the Auditor General on financial statements of selected state corporation, resumption of debate.
My records show that Honorable Mulyungi had 7 minutes. Okay, if Honorable Mulyungi is not here, then any member who wants to contribute, please press the intervention button. The Honorable Charles Ngusia, I can see you've pressed the intervention button. No. The Honorable Nyakundi.
Sorry, Madam Speaker, I don't have interest on this.
Okay. There being no further interest on this matter, could I have the mover to reply? The mover was the chairperson for Public Investments Committee on Commercial Affairs and Energy. Okay. So we'll move to the next order, and then we shall put this for later. The next order.
Order number 13, the National Government Administration Laws Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 73 of 2023, second reading.
Call upon the mover of the bill. This is the leader of majority, is the mover of the bill.
They have all blocked me, I can't see you.
Order number 13, leader of majority. Number 13.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the National Government Administration Laws Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 73 of 2023, be now read a second time. Honorable Speaker, this bill, Honorable Speaker, was considered by the Jailer Committee, and Honorable Speaker, over a long period, and I know there are many people who have been all over pressuring many members for consideration of this bill for obvious reasons, Honorable Speaker, because part of the objects of this bill, Honorable Speaker, were some slightly contentious issues that have since been ironed out, and I must take this opportunity to thank the Honorable Murugara and members of the Jailer Committee. Honorable Speaker, on consideration of some of the amendments to some statutes like the National Security Council Act, which are a bit contentious, and I'll be able to resolve them. Those that touch on the Office of the Attorney General Act of 2012, especially on the custody of our national seal. And from the committee's report, you can see honorable members of JLAC have resolved and agreed that the seal should remain with the office of the Attorney General, not that of the Head of Public Service. Honorable Speaker, the bill also sought to amend two other statutes, the National Government Coordination Act of 2013 and the Assumption of Office of the President Act of 2012. As members are aware, Honorable Speaker, a majority of the amendments in the bill relate to the administration of government. Specifically, it seeks to alter the role of governmental bodies and officials, including the assumption of office of the President Committee by adding new members, the National Security Advisor, the National Security Council Committee, the Attorney General, the Head of Public Service, and officers of the Chief Administrative Secretary. Honorable Speaker, that is why I said I know many members have been lobbied by people to have this bill considered, and we have been telling them to hold their horses, be patient, time will come, and that time has come, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, you will also note, Honorable Speaker, as I mentioned, that the assumption of the Office of President Act has been amended, and the committee has agreed with what was proposed to increase the membership of that particular committee. On the National Security Council, there are reservations, Honorable Speaker, which I believe the Chair of JLAC will be speaking to as he seconds this motion, and those of the Office of the Attorney General were also agreed to, and so are those on the National Government Coordination Act of 2013 with amendments, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, however, on the National Government Coordination Act of 2013, Honorable Speaker, it is true, Honorable Speaker, that there was the line of thinking that we should limit the administrative secretaries to 22 in line with the line ministries. But, Honorable Speaker, it is also worth noting that that thinking is also informed by other schools of thought, that within the ministries are state departments, and those state departments go beyond the number of ministries up to the level, I think, of about 50 or 51. And therefore, even the position of cabinet administrative secretaries in line with the state departments that have already been established, Honorable Speaker, can be more than the 22 as the line ministries are. Honorable Speaker, on the assumption of office of the President, the bill aims, or rather has the objective of strengthening the composition of the assumption of office of the President Committee by incorporating the Secretary to the National Security Council and the Principal Secretary in the State Department responsible for matters relating to defense as additional members of this committee. The Joint Committee did not agree, and Honorable Speaker, and proposes that they amend by deleting the proposed paragraph CA appearing in the proposed amendment to section 5.2. And the rationale, Honorable Speaker, was that removing the National Security Advisor as a member of the assumption of the Office of the President Committee, the Office of the National Security Advisor is not a statutory office, and therefore inserting the following new amendments immediately after the proposed amendments of section 5.2, that they would delete the word Cabinet Secretary appearing in paragraph C and substituting thereof with the word Principal Secretary. Because the rest of the members are Principal Secretaries, and the Act did provide for the Cabinet Secretary, but now that will be cleaned up to make sure that they are all Principal Secretaries sitting in this committee. Honorable Speaker, there are many amendments, as I mentioned, on the Office of the Attorney General that the committee does agree. And Honorable Speaker, it is true that in many jurisdictions in the Commonwealth, the Office of the Attorney General is an official custodian of the government seal, and I must thank the JLAC Committee because in their own wisdom again, they have chosen to work just like in many other Commonwealth democracies where the Office of the Attorney General becomes the custodian of the government seal. On the National Government Coordination Act, Honorable Speaker, the bill proposes to amend the National Government Coordination Act to provide for the establishment and function of the Office of the Head of Public Service and the Chief Administrative Secretary. Honorable Speaker, you know the Office of the Head of Public Service is one office that has been subjected to a lot of litigation in courts. I think even the current holder of that office today is in court, and therefore the amendments in this bill seeks to now create that legal framework that anchors that office of the Head of Public Service and also the Office of the Chief Administrative Secretaries in law, Honorable Speaker. And you know, even the Office of the Chief Administrative Secretaries has been challenged in court, and that matter is a matter that is active in courts, therefore not dwell on it. But Honorable Speaker, the committee, in their own wisdom, as I said, has now designated these officers as public officers, Honorable Speaker, the Chief Administrative Secretaries as public officers, and also put an elaborate mechanism within which the Chief Administrative Secretaries will be recruited and appointed into office. Honorable Speaker, I don't want to belabor so many things about, because this is a small omnibus bill that I said that sought to amend those 4 statutes, the Assumption of Office of the President Act, the National Security Council Act, the Office of the Attorney General Act, and the National Government Coordination Act, and therefore not need to belabor too much of that. Honorable Speaker, the committee, the Jailer Committee, in consideration of the National Security Council Act, has very good points that they did note. And Honorable Speaker, we said, and I agree with the committee, that these are issues touching on security that need to be ironed out within the executive. And once the executive agree on how the National Security Council should be constituted, who the members would be, the appointment of the National Security Advisor, and the role of that office, Honorable Speaker, that then they can always reintroduce whatever the executive may want once they are agreed. Because, Honorable Speaker, as the committee considered this bill, the Honorable Murugara will tell you, it was not clear really what the executive intended to do with this particular law. And therefore, by mutual agreement, we agreed that this can be reconsidered in another bill. And I'm sure since there is another National Government Coordination Amendment Bill that is on the way, there is an opportunity. If they want to entrench the Office of the National Security Advisor, if they want to expand the National Security Council or make amendments to that, they can use the National Government Coordination Act, or indeed any other act, even an amendment bill to the National Security Act Amendment Bill, to rectify some of the things that they may not be achieved with this. And therefore, when we get to Committee of the Whole, Honorable Speaker, there will be amendments that we'll be proposing in line with the committee's report, or the Joint Committee's report, so that we amend and drop some of the proposals that were therefore in this bill. With those many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move, and I want to request the Honorable Chair of the Jailer Committee, the one and only member for Tharaka, the Honorable Sir George Murugara, to second.
Thank you.
Murungara?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, allow me to move and second the reading of the National Government Administrative Laws Amendment Bill 2023, and fully associate myself with the observation and debate of the Leader of Majority when actually moving the bill. To start with, it's important that members of this House get hold of the committee reports. The reports by Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, there are 2. We have the main report and an addendum. And it's important you get this, you read, so that you understand exactly how the committee reasoned when it came to the decisions it had to make. It's also important to point out that there is even an observation on a dissent by the Honorable Otiende Amolo, which whoever is keen also to look at that, you may look at it. For it is important that this is debated in both ways, and especially these laws are very important because they touch on security and administration of our country. We did not have any problems with the assumption of the Office of the President Act. We agreed to most of this, apart from observing that we had difficulties with the Office of the National Security Advisor, which office really does not exist and was to be formed under this law. But we agreed to increase the number of persons to represent the President-elect to 6. When it came to the amendment to the National Security Council Act, Section 2, which was now to introduce the committee, the National Security Council Committee, we had difficulties with this because it was actually being introduced by Section 5 of the proposed amendment, And the problem we had was constitutionality of this committee. It's a committee which was supposed to be a committee of the National Security Council, but we were legislating that members who are not members of the National Security Council sits in the committee. The net effect was to introduce new members who are not members of the Security Council, now sitting in the Security Council and making security decisions. And one such person was actually the National Security Advisor, and especially when it came to subclause 3, which made the Secretary to the National Security Council now to be the Secretary of the committee. That may be the case in reality, but that office is not constitutional. Then from there, we actually rejected the whole of Section 5 and went to Section 7, which again, we were not able to approve because we couldn't find the constitutionality of the office. And this is why it is proposed that if we have to create this office, we may have to look at other laws, including the national administration laws. Then from there, we went to Section 28 of the Office of the Attorney General's Office, in which it was proposed that the national seal be removed from that office and be kept by the head of public service. Unfortunately, it was agreed unanimously that the custodian of all the legal instruments of the country is the Attorney General. And therefore, it would be improper, it would be unwise to move the seal, the Republic's seal. There may be other seals that exist in the country, including a presidential seal. We have no problem with this being held by other persons in accordance with whatever law. But when it comes to the government seal, the Republic seal, this, like all the laws of the country, must be kept by the custodian of those laws. From there, we went to the National Government Coordination Act 2013, and this is where the Office of the Chief Administrative Secretary is proposed. We have actually made proposals to this so that we make the office an office in the public service, and the appointment is to be by the head of state, the president of the country, with a recommendation from the Public Service Commission. We removed the requirement that they would have to be approved by Parliament because we never thought it necessary. And in any event, we made a qualification. How you qualify to become an administrative secretary is by holding a degree from a recognized university, and that makes it quite high in hierarchy. And I warn members of Parliament that you do not have such requirements for your qualification, and so these persons will possibly be placed higher than members of Parliament when it comes to government hierarchy. We also gave the other requirements, and eventually we gave their responsibilities. They would perform all issues relating to their portfolio as assigned to the office by the Cabinet Secretary, and they would perform any other functions as would be assigned from time to time. There was a proposal that they become liaison officers with the Parliament. This was rejected on the basis that the persons who are supposed to come to Parliament are only Cabinet Secretaries. CASs do not have that mandate. They may come in as observers, they may be sent as messengers, but they cannot bring any communication to the House from the Cabinet Secretary or from whatever quarter, because they do not qualify for that. The Leader of Majority has hinted to the capping that was proposed as we started all this, and eventually, after debate, the capping was removed. This is because we did evaluate this office to show that it's an office in the public service, The public service has the power to create offices. The president also has power to create offices. And therefore, depending on need, he should actually be free to make whatever appointments he considers desirable and necessary for the country. They can be 10, they can be 15, 22, or even 40, depending on the exigencies of the offices the president is dealing with. So at the committee stage, we will be introducing the proposed amendments so that this House is able to produce a law that is not capable of being challenged in the court, especially because the reason we have to do this today is there was a court decision that said these offices were unconstitutional, and indeed when we looked at it, some of the provisions that were being attributed to these offices may have been in contravention of the Constitution. And finally, we had to work on the office of the Head of Public Service, Section 8, actually Section 2 and Section 12 of the National Government Administration Laws is what we have debated on the Chief Administrative Secretaries. So that will be read together. Section 8, which is the last debate of it, is on the office of the Head of Public Service. There was debate with this again because many members felt the Constitution does not provide for such an office. However, we were able to agree on the Head of Public Service since he is heading public service in the office of the President and is the Chief of Staff in that office. We actually began by renaming it the Head of Public Service in the Executive Office of the President. So that way, we were able to go around him, appearing as if he was the head of the entire public service, when actually that role is constitutionally vested on the Public Service Commission. So we went around, we were able to propose his roles, how he would be appointed with the approval of the National Assembly by the President, and amongst other responsibilities, we said he would be the Chief of Staff for the President. He would also be in charge of administrative functions in the Executive Office of the President. We removed that function of being the custodian of the public seal because in our view, this is a function of the Office of the Attorney General, and we concluded by saying he would perform such other functions as may be assigned to him by the President. And eventually then we created the Office of the Chief Administrative Secretaries, and we were able to conclude the laws we were looking into. So, honorable members, find some time to get the reports, read them, and then you acquaint yourself with this debate on the two offices especially, which we are creating. With those very many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I beg to second this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Murungara. Honorable members, I now propose the question that the National Government Administration Laws Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 73 of 2023 be read a second time. And honorable members, bearing in mind that this was this was handled by two committees, I would like to give this opportunity to the Honorable Tongoyo, Chair National Administration and Internal Security, to make his contribution.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it is very good that you mentioned that because there were less reference made to the same. But Honorable Speaker, I really want to take this opportunity to also support the National Government Administration Laws Amendment Bill number 73, as moved by the Leader of Majority, who is the sponsor of the bill, and also seconded by my colleague, Sir George. Honorable Speaker, as is known to all of us, the amendment bill has got largely four issues. One was the assumption of office of the President. The other one was the National Security Council advisor, that was Article And then, of course, the National Government Coordination Act and the issue of that is the National Security Council. Then, of course, there was the issue that touched on the issue of the Office of the Attorney General and the issue of I think I'd mentioned the issue of assumption of office. And first of all, I want really to appreciate both committees. The JLAC was the lead committee, then supported by the National, the Administration and Security Committee, for putting a lot of time and commitment to come up with such a report. Honorable Speaker, it is true, on the issue of the seal, it was unanimously agreed based on reason, logics and traditions among the Commonwealth countries, and even as supported by our Constitution, the national seal should always remain with the Attorney General. And that has been the practice, and it is actually clearly stated in the Constitution, and it was the opinion of and should not be changed. You know, when something is working, you should not interfere with it. Honorable Speaker, on the issue of assumption of office, I think it has been clearly stated by the Leader of Majority and also with my colleague. When we were looking into this, of course, the President-elect always needed at least to have an hand in organization when he's preparing for a taking off. And we thought 3 was a little number, and there was merit and need to increase to 6. So that it gives him an advantage when he's preparing for the swearing in. And it was something that it was not even contested by committees. So it is something that we all agreed upon. On the issue of the National Security Advisor, it is a matter that, of course, the members saw that the intention, the attempt to expand the National Security Council through the back door by introduction of an advisor or other strangers was really unconstitutional, and it will have offended the Constitution, because Article 240 of the National Security Council state clearly the membership of the National Security Council, and it's well stated, include the President, the Deputy President, of course, the CSS Interior, Defense, the IG, KDF, and it goes down the NIS. So it was opinion. Of course, there was a window in the Constitution that says the National Security Councils at any given time can appoint the secretary. And it was the feeling, and looking into the Constitution and other prevailing laws, it was the feeling and the opinion that the so-said secretary could come among the membership. So the issue of introducing the subcommittee, the Constitution is very clear, and it gives the National Security Council the mandate and the leeway to appoint subcommittees as they see the need. And even the Constitution, Article 240 goes further and says, if there is a need of co-option of any person based on the merits, the expertise, the National Security Council Act give them the power to do so. So we saw that it was an offense to the Constitution to introduce this kind of committee through the back door. So the committee rejected such kind of an amendment. Honorable Speaker, on the issue of national coordination, which largely talked about introduction of entrenching the Office of Ops, that is Head of Public Service, who doubles as the Chief of Staff. We took into consideration, Honorable Speaker, that this is an office that has been in existence for too long. I think we talk about Nyachaye, we talk about, there are many holders of that office, including Mzee, who are called from Mudaura, and many others, despite the fact that this office has never been really entrenched into the law. And there was a case taken to the Court of Appeal, maybe my friend, learned friend, can remind me the case number, by Omtata. and he was trying really to challenge that office. And the court ruling was very clear that the president, as the head of government, cannot run government single-handedly. And the chief of staff, who is the head of public service, is the executive arm of the presidency. And by so, we thought that it is critically important to have this office recognized in law so that it can able to help the president in day-to-day running of government. And it was a honest opinion of the members of the both committees that this office should be established as so. It is on the same national government coordination laws that there was the issue of the introduction of chief administrative secretaries. I think it has been well articulated by Murugara. And of course, it has been an issue, contested issue. It has been in court back and forth. And it was the opinion that this office, and it's clearly stated in the bill, it will be established within the public service. And we remove the requirement of them coming to being vetted by Parliament or even be coming to Parliament to represent the CSS. That should be very clear. I think that should go on record. And of course, I saw in the newspapers yesterday, the media were talking about it has been kept capped at 22. That's not the case. Of course, in the initial first draft, I think that was it. Then there was a resubmittal. We opened it up. We wanted to give the president the power and the leeway to appoint as many as he thinks may be necessary at any given time. Of course, with the advice and consultation of the Public Service Commission, which is mandated by law in according to Article 234 to abolish and make offices. So the issue of CAS, I think, is an issue that we call upon the members of this House to support, so that we all can appreciate. I think there's been a lot of clamour and noise in this House about unavailability of these CSS, and we should accept at times they get overwhelmed and overstretched. These people will go a long way to help these people run some activities within the state departments. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, I think the issue of the seal has been really been discussed. I want to call this House to rise to the occasion and support these bills so that we can move this country forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I support.
Thank you. The Honorable Dr. Otiende Amolo, member for Rarieda.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, before I start, could I get your directions? Being the only
Council, if you can just give me a minute. Those who are interested in contributing to this motion, please go to the intervention. Press the intervention button. Okay.
Get your direction, Madam Speaker. Being the only dissenting voice out of a committee of 30, and now that the mover, the seconder, and the seconder have taken 45 minutes, could I get your direction in terms of consideration, how much time you could give me?
Honorable Dr. Otiende Amolo, you will have 10 minutes.
Very well. I will prosecute.
So please make use of your 10 minutes to say everything you want to say.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to thank you and I want to thank the committee. It is true we had 5 issues, 3 of which we had convergence, and I will not speak about them. We converged and agreed on the question of the National Security Advisor. We agreed on the issue of removal of the public seal from the Attorney General, and we agreed on the expansion of the Assumption of Office Committee. My divergence is on 2 others. First, the question of the Chief Administrative Secretary, and secondly, the question of the Head of Public Service. Madam Speaker, the history of this country is clear if you look at the Bomas report and you look at the exit report of the Committee of Experts, that the people of this country wanted a limited executive, limited in 2 respects. One, in terms of powers, and that the Constitution has endeavored to do. 2, in terms of numbers. In those numbers, they did 2 things. They removed the office of assistant ministers. And for the ones of ministers and PSS, especially ministers, they limited them to between 14 and 23, for good reason. To introduce the office of Chief Administrative Secretary is to introduce the office of Assistant Minister by a different baptismal name. And so, we are seeking to defeat the will of Kenyans as a house, and that is unacceptable. Secondly, Madam Speaker, it amounts to sabotaging the very desire of Kenyans that they expressed over 20 years and including in a referendum. And if you are reconsidering the structures, whether of parliament or whether of the executive, you should not bring it just to this house. You should wait and put it in an amendment to the constitution so that the people can tell you whether they still want a limited executive or not. And that is not the case here. We are now limiting it by legislation. Madam Speaker, the other problem with this introduction is, if you look carefully at the role of the cabinet secretaries and you look carefully at the role of the principal secretaries, there is no new role that is being given to the chief administrative secretary. None at all. None that is not undertaken by those two offices. So we are actually creating a duplication of roles with the dangers of giving some roles by legislation to people who have constitutional roles. And that I have a big problem with. There is nothing new. Madam Speaker, more importantly also, and this is why Kenyans did not want this bloated government, the cost of maintaining public service, be it judiciary, be it the legislature, be it the executive, is far too high, that if Kenyans had their way, they would reduce even the size of this house. But instead of working on ways of reduction, we are working towards increment. And not just increment, even of a defined number of 23, increment, as Honorable Murugara said, to an undefined number that the president can, at his whim, decide. At a time that the cost of living is as high as it is. On a day that the medical personnel in this country have gone on strike because interns cannot be hired. The cost of hiring one intern is 42,370 basic. The cost of hiring one chief administrative secretary, going by the last batch, out a basic salary of 800,000 and the benefits, and it comes to 2 million. Madam Speaker, one chief administrative secretary is equivalent to hiring 47 interns. If then you get to 50, as was prescribed last time, you'd be talking of 2,350 interns. And if it gets to 100, as now the committee is recommending, you multiply by that. So we don't have money to pay interns, but we have money to create offices and pay. I have a big problem with that. Madam Speaker, more importantly and lastly on this point, the creation of this office was declared unconstitutional and remains unconstitutional. And it was not for want of legislation. Madam Speaker, there are two cases that speaks to this very clearly. There's case number, first, there's the High Court, case number 38 and 42 of 2018, in which Justice Mrima clearly declares in his judgment, and that's at paragraph 310 sub B, that the court declares the office of the Chief Administrative Secretary is unconstitutional. And this is not about numbers, this is not about legislation, this is on the reading of the Constitution. The second case, Madam Speaker, is case number E084 and E0150 of 2025. Three judges, Justice Ongudi, Justice Kimondo, and Justice Visram. In this decision, the majority, again, in paragraph 301, declares the office of Chief Administrative Secretary unconstitutional, with one dissent. The dissent is by Justice Ongudi. And how does she dissent? She dissents by saying, and that's paragraph 38 of her dissent, that she finds that the creation of the office 50 of an additional 27 posts is unconstitutional. On the contrary, the establishment of the office with 23 posts is constitutional. Now, we are going even further than the dissent. We are not only doing 23 so that you even find a way of fitting Justice Ongudi's decisions, but we are going to even beyond 50. Now, if it was unconstitutional then, it is worse now. Madam Speaker, the head of public service, this has a long history. If you look at the report of the Committee of Experts, the Bomas report, we started from the very powerful Chief Secretary office. And before 2010, people knew who the Chief Secretary was, even if they didn't know the ministers, because it was very powerful. It was found necessary to divorce that office, which comes with the presidency, from the normal public service. So what was done? It was determined that the routine public officers should be headed by a commission, the Public Service Commission, because these are permanent employees who need not play politics. On the other hand, there are those who come with the elected president, with the executive, which is not permanent and is transitional. And in that office, that is why we put the secretary to the cabinet, so that the head of the public service is divorced from the transitional office of the president. And that's why the Constitution has the secretary to the cabinet with very clear defined roles. What reintroducing the head of public service here does, it conflates those two offices suddenly again. It removes the permanent control of public servants from the Public Service Commission and purports to put it under the very transitional clause of the head of public service. And in doing so, it does not address the role of the secretary to the cabinet, because all those roles that are now described here are supposed to be roles of the secretary to the cabinet. Madam Speaker, in removing that, it then now removes a commission to an individual, but does something much worse. It removes the very clear boundaries that were put before that. It is possible, as the chair says, that the committee has attempted to define it within the executive. But then it still remains head of public service. And then it means he will be heading the public servants, the permanent public servants within the office of the president. But lastly, Madam Speaker, as the chair administration has said, there was a court case which challenged that office. And the court stated that there is nothing wrong with the president having a head of public service. The president has had a head of public service without legislation. So why are we creating legislation? Why are we creating a problem where there's none? Madam Speaker, I am opposed to the bids on the head of public service and the chief administrator.
The Honorable Timothy Toroitich, member for Marakwet West.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for granting me an opportunity to support this particular bill, that is National Government Administration Laws Amendment Bill 2023. Honorable Speaker, I will limit myself to the amendment in respect to the Chief Administrative Secretaries, the CASs. Honorable Speaker, what the Committee of Jailak has done is to respond to the Court of Appeal decision which declared the post of CAS as unconstitutional. Honorable Speaker, what we have done is to create a proper legal and institutional framework for the creation of the office of the CASs. Honorable Speaker, when the officers were appointed to those offices, the issue was under which legal framework were they serving in those particular offices. Honorable Speaker, I have read the provisions that have been proposed by Jaila Committee. Honorable Speaker, this office is now properly anchored in law. And more to that, the provision of 12A provides that the President shall, on the recommendation of PSC, and approval of the National Assembly. Honorable Speaker, this House now will have a say on the appointment of the CASs. Remember, the other time, there was a ruling by the Speaker of this House that there was no legal provision providing that this House was to approve the nomination of the CASs. For the first time, this House will be able to vet and check the eligibility of those CASs to serve us as a country. So, Honorable Speaker, for me that is a plus, because Parliament, and this House in particular.
Is there anything out of order, Honorable Mutuse?
Just, Madam Speaker, just to inform my learned colleague, the member for Marakwet West.
To give him information, then I'll have to ask him whether he would like to receive information.
Yes, I'll be guided because it's
that, so you may proceed.
That the amendment does not propose vetting of cabinet administrative secretaries by Parliament. Rather, it is the head of public service who will be subject to parliamentary approval.
Chair.
And in that case, please proceed with your debate with that information in mind.
Unless I am not reading the right thing.
Being the Vice Chair, you must have information on
12A
on this report.
3 is very clear that the President shall, on the recommendation of the Public Service Commission and approval of the National Assembly, appoint the CSs. My reading provides very clearly that this House, I may, the issue of approval for me implies vetting, that this House must be able to look clearly and ascertain whether that particular CAS qualifies to serve this House. Honorable Speaker, I need not be informed. Let me proceed with my argument. They will raise those arguments when they are prosecuting, when they are addressing the House on this matter.
Chair, I'll allow him to continue with the debate.
Yes.
You will be able to.
Honorable Chair, furthermore.
1 minute. So I was saying that if you think there is something that is not accurate, then you can deal with it after.
Very well, Honorable Speaker. But I was saying that the fact that this House has been given the mandate to approve the appointment of the CASs is a plus for us as a House, so that we can be able to ascertain whether these individuals qualify to serve in that capacity or not. Honorable Speaker, it also provides for the issue that they must meet certain minimum requirements, like Chapter 6 of the Constitution. For me, that is an integrity test which was not available prior to the proposed amendment of this particular legislation. Honorable Speaker, it also provides very clearly that a person who has been convicted of an offense carrying a penalty of imprisonment for a term not exceeding, not at least 6 months. But, Honorable Speaker, there is a problem here. It says that if that person pays a fine, then that person will be eligible. In my opinion is whether you are convicted to serve a prison term or you have paid a fine, we should be able to look at the offense, not the way the sentence has been meted. Because whether you serve 6 months or you pay a fine, the issue is you have already committed an offense in law. Honorable Speaker, it also provides very clearly that it sets out the roles of the CSs. Honorable Speaker, before this particular proposed amendment or proposed amendment to the Act, there was no provision on the role of the CSs. But this proposed legislation has given out and has highlighted clearly the role of the CASs. For me, Honorable Speaker, this is a plus to this House, this is a plus to lawmaking process, so that we can clearly highlight the role of CASs. Honorable Speaker, we have gone to committees where we invite CSs, we invite PSs, but do not appear before the committees of the House. Honorable Speaker, these officers, it has been clearly highlighted that they shall be liaison officers between Parliament and the Executive. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, it is highlighted as a role here that they shall be liaison officers between the Executive and the county governments. For me, it has clearly defined a role of a CAS to avoid conflict in the ministry between the CSs and the PSs. So, Honorable Speaker, I rise to support this particular amendment, and it is progressive and has responded very well to the court decisions in the Court of Appeal. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Member for Marakwet West. I would like to give a chance to the member for Marsabit. And after this, I would like to give purposively give an opportunity to the Vice Chair so that we get some facts. I understand what was in the bill may have changed. What was in the initial intention may have changed after interaction between the two committees. So, Member for Marsabit, please proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this very important bill, because through this bill we'll be able to overcome some challenges that we've had, or also reduce the gaps that has been there in our system. Honorable Speaker, I also want to congratulate the two committees for the job well done, the JLAC committee and the Security Committee. They have given this a lot of attention, and they have given us their recommendation, and I want to congratulate them for doing this good work that will guide our nation into another level. Honorable Speaker, it is quite clear that the Memorandum of Objectives and Reasons is that the National Government Administration Laws Amendment Bill 2023 seeks to make various amendments to the Assumption of the Office of the President Act 2012. And under that, then we have Assumption of the Office of the President Act number 21 of 2012. This will help us because additionally the bill also seeks to enhance the representation of President-elect in the committee by increasing the number representative of the President-elect from 3 to 6. This, I am of the opinion that this is a very good proposal, because if members are only 3, and sometimes you do not know the emergency that can arise and that can affect somebody from attending, it is always safe to have 5 to 6 people, and this then will help us to effectively do what they are supposed to do. And so I am in agreement that the number be moved from 3 to 6 so that we can effectively, within that short time, do what they are supposed to do, so that we can all be within the time and also be productive enough. Again, we also know very well that the National Security Council Act number 12, Act 2012, number 23 of 2012, again, the bill proposes to amend the National Security Council Act, and this is also good because the advisor designate the National Security Advisor as the Secretary to the National Security. Madam Speaker, I don't want to give a lot of wording to these other amendments, but I want to draw my attention to the last one, that is the National Government Coordination Act number 1 of 2013, because the bill proposes to amend the National Government Coordination Act to provide for the establishment and functions of the head of public service and offices of the chief administrative secretaries. Honorable Speaker, we know that as a nation and as a government, we want to be very effective in our administration, and we want to serve Kenyans in the best possible way. We also know very well that this is not the first time that we are talking about the Chief Administrative Secretary office, because even in the past, they have been there. But the fact that the office has been there in the past doesn't mean that we were aligned constitutionally. And in the past, we had a gap because we did not do this amendment in the past, and that means we had a gap. There was a big lacuna, and we are overcoming that by coming up with this amendment that will enable us to have the 23 chief administrative secretaries, whatever number the government will agree on, and we were at 51 first, and now we are reducing to 21 because of the challenges that we have gone through. But the 23 administrative secretaries will join the ministries, and improve the work, because many of the times we have seen that the people who are there, the cabinet secretaries and the principal secretaries, have been challenged because of the workload and the performance that is expected from them. They have been going through a lot of challenges. And so, Madam Speaker, it is honorable for us to approve this so that the 23 can be put in place. But what has really made me to support this bill is the qualification, because in the past we have not been talking about the qualification of the officers, but you can clearly see that a person shall be eligible to be appointed as chief administrative secretary if that person has a bachelor's degree from a university recognized in Kenya. That means whoever will be appointed as chief administrative secretary should be well educated, should have attended one of the local universities, recognized universities, and not the fake papers. Honorable Speaker, again, number B of that clearly says that that person or that individual must have the knowledge of and experience in the public service. That means we are not employing or giving opportunity to those people who have not worked anywhere, or as people say, we are not giving opportunity to those who have tried politics and failed. We are giving the opportunity to the qualified, to the experienced. And again, number C says satisfies the requirement of Chapter 6 of the Constitution. And we all know very well the integrity. As long as you are holding any office in this government, accountability, integrity must be put into consideration, so that even as you serve in different offices, your productivity, the work you do must match with the office. Again, number 5, the person is not qualified. It also, the bill also tells us who should not qualify for this. And the description is quite high, and it is quite clear that anybody who has been convicted of any offense in the past will not qualify for this. And that means then we will only have people who are full of integrity. Again, number B, somebody who has been judged bankrupt, that person will not hold that office, because there is nothing meaningful that you can do after you have been judged bankruptcy and by any court. You cannot be competent because of past record, and that is also very good and gives hope to those Kenyans who are qualified for these offices. Again, under number C, it says holds any office in political party. This also gives freedom to those people who have not been associated to any political party, or who does not hold any political office, because we have so many Kenyans who have worked very hard, who qualify, who have not associated themselves, or they do not hold any political office, and are looking for great opportunities like this. Honorable Speaker, they have given us guidance on how the people who will be employed will be given consideration, and that is why I'm supporting this bill. And I also want to encourage Kenyans to go out and to come out. As long as you qualify, as long as you have the qualifications, you qualify to be one of the candidates. And I also want to encourage especially the women who are out there, who are waiting for these opportunities. Make sure that you have your papers ready so that you defend yourself. And once you get to the office, make sure that you give your best to the nation. Because once you are appointed, you represent yourself. You do not represent yourself, but you represent the nation, and you work for this nation. Honorable Speaker, with those remarks, I support the bill, and I encourage all the others to support, so that we get these members in place as soon as possible for effectiveness. Thank you, and I support.
The Honorable Mutuse, Vice Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. From the onset, I wish to register my support for the amendments that were proposed by the State Law Office as moved in this House by the Leader of Majority, and also as amended through the reports of the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee and the report of the National Security Committee, the initial report that was tabled before this House on the 21st of February, and the addendum that was tabled on this House on Tuesday, the 12th of March this year. Madam Speaker, I speak about the reports because there may be a confusion in terms of the original text. The original text of the bills that had been proposed for amendment have been altered by amendments that were brought through public participation and that have been brought before this House through the committee reports, and that procedurally will be prosecuted when the committee of the whole House will be convened. And therefore, initially, that is the information that we wanted to give to honorable members. Madam Speaker, the National Government Coordination, the National Government Administration Laws Amendment Bill 2023 principally had proposed to amend 4 statutes. The first one being the assumption of office of the President, which there appears to be consensus that it is justified that the President-elect be given prominence in the assumption, in the committee preparing his assumption of office, and therefore the addition of the number of nominees by the President-elect to the current 6 from the current 2 appears not controversial, and therefore I will say very little about it. The second law that is proposed for amendment is the National Security Council Act of 2012. And the amendment was speaking to formation of 2 committees. One was to add the National Security Advisor to be a member of the National Security Council, and it has been ably articulated that that was unconstitutional because you cannot expand the Constitution, particularly Article 240 of the Constitution, through legislation. That principally is not known to law. Number 2, the committee also reasoned that advisors in their very nature are staff that are personal to the appointing authority. And one president may choose to have a security advisor, another president may not choose to have a security advisor. And therefore, if you legislate that the National Security Advisor shall and must be the secretary to the National Security Council Committee, you will be tying a future president who may not be interested in having a security advisor. Number 2 as well, there are many advisors. There is an economic advisor. A president may also want to have an advisor on gender issues. A president may also want to have an advisor on legal issues. The question that begs an answer, and why we proposed an amendment, was what happens to those other advisors if you elevate one of the advisors to the level of a constitutional office holder? And therefore, that is why the committee in its report has proposed that the amendments proposed the National Security Council Act be deleted, and all of them in whole, and the situation as it is currently continues to prevail. Number 2, the amendment to the National Security Council Act also was proposing a committee of principal secretaries that was going principally to take away the role of the National Security Council Committee, and we thought that was unnecessary because it was going to introduce unnecessary bureaucracy, because the current law requires and gives option to the National Security Council Committee to adopt members, and therefore there is no need to legislate on that which can be operationalized using the current law. Madam Speaker, the third piece of legislation that is sought to be amended rather by this particular amendment is the Office of the Attorney General Act, and principally what the amendment speaks to is that the public seal of the Republic of Kenya is currently deposited with the Attorney General. And this amendment was seeking to move the public seal from the Office of the Attorney General to the Office of the Head of Public Service. And the committee in its wisdom thought that that was a misnomer. Number 1, I think it is important for the House to know that the public seal is a constitutional symbol. It is provided for in the Constitution, in the schedules to the Constitution, and therefore it is constitutional. It is not an optional. In fact, even the emblem itself is provided in the Constitution. And therefore, it is not to be treated with the it must be treated with a lot of seriousness. And the Attorney General, being the office created by the Constitution under Article 156 as the chief legal advisor to the government, is the office that advises the government even on matters contracting, is the best placed office to be the deposit for the public seal. The committee thought that that amendment in itself was mischievous and that there was possibility, if the public seal is moved from the office of the Attorney General to an office within the presidency, it can be subject to abuse, because there may be a good president today, there may be a bad president tomorrow, and we must legislate for posterity. Madam Speaker, allow me to speak in detail about the fourth piece of legislation that this law seeks to amend, which is the National Government Coordination Act. And principally, the amendments to the National Government Coordination Act seek to introduce two offices. The first office is the Office of the Head of Public Service. The Office of the Head of Public Service, as has been articulated, is an office that has existed in our governance architecture from the times of independence. At the time when we did our constitution in 2010, it did not appear that we expressly provided for that particular office. However, practice has continued from 2013. Successive presidents elected under the new constitution have always had the office of the Head of Public Service. As ably articulated by Senior Counsel Otiendo Molo, courts have had occasion to interpret the legality of the office of the Head of Public Service, and they have returned the verdict that the president, any president in office, is at liberty to appoint an Head of Public Service. And what is the rationale for us legislating for the position of Head of Public Service? You know, government exists in two phases, if I may say so. There is a political phase, because a president is elected through an election, and he becomes the chief executive of the country through a manifesto and pledges. And there is a public service proper, which is the traditional civil service of public servants who are ordinarily expected to be neutral. And you must create an interface between the public service proper and the political system that comes with the election of a president who is the chief executive of the country. And that's the rationale that we found justifying to create the office of Head of Public Service, so that as the titular head of the executive office of the president, he can create the necessary interface between the political system and the public service proper. And therefore, we support the amendment, because this has been the practice and has existed. And the fact that it has not been in law is even a greater justification for it to be included in legislation, so that we do not do things out of whims. We do not do things out of personality. We do things because the law says so. And therefore, we find every justification in law, we find every justification in practice for the creation of the office of the Head of Public Service. This office is not being created for a particular individual. The office is not being created for a person in mind. It is being created for posterity. This law will survive the current government. This law will be there to guide future governments. And therefore, I want to urge this House to look at it not from the perspective of this government, not from the perspective of the current order of the office, but from the perspective of posterity. An important factor that we have considered in creating this position is that it will be a position in the public service. Being a position in the public service means that the Public Service Commission will announce, and people will be interviewed for the position. Madam Speaker, if you may add me just 2 minutes so that I can comment on the other one. And therefore, it is not a state office. It is an office within the public service appointed and at the pleasure of the president. Let me now go to the cabinet administrative secretaries. This appears to be the most controversial inclusion in these amendments. But Madam Speaker, I know, as a matter of fact, and I wish I was speaking this when Otienda was here, that law follows society. What legal scholars will call sociological jurisprudence, or rather the sociology of the law. And the reality is that from 2013, President Uhuru Kenyatta, and even later during the handshake government between President Uhuru Kenyatta and Right Honorable Raila Odinga, the incoming chairman of the African Union Commission.
1 minute, one more minute.
There has been cabinet administrative secretaries. And that speaks to the reality that actually our governance system had a gap that required to be filled by the creation of an office to assist the cabinet secretary, and that in whichever name, but now the office is being described as the office of the cabinet administrative secretary. A misnomer is being created that the committee has removed, has left it open, and therefore the president can appoint the number that he requires. If you look carefully at our amendment, it says that the complement shall be determined by the Public Service Commission. Because the Public Service Commission is the body created under the Constitution to determine complements in the public service. And this is a position within the public service. So we only gave the power to the right commission, which is the Public Service Commission, to determine the complement.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mutuse. Members on the minority side, your leader takes precedence. So the Honorable Junet Mohammed. Majority,
thank you, Madam Speaker.
Minority whip.
Madam Speaker, first and foremost, I want to say that the committee, through Chair Honorable Murungara, has done a good job to some extent. This is one bill that they have diagnosed well of all the bills that they have presented to this House for the last 1 year. And I must commend them that they have done a good job, because most of the offensive clauses, they have removed them. And Mr. Speaker, that is the way a committee of parliament should do. And secondly, Mr. Speaker, this is a clear example of why members should read the report of committees when a bill is committed to a committee. When when the report is tabled, members must take time to read the report, because certain times like this one, committees change bills fundamentally. Like this one, this bill has been changed fundamentally by this committee. I think they have deleted close to 19 clauses of this bill, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, but having said that, and as a member of the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, which I agree that this time they have done a wonderful job, they have served the country well, but I want to differ with them on one issue, Mr. Speaker. The issue of CASs. Mr. Speaker, as a country, we gave ourselves in 2010 a new constitution. And the new constitution limited. And when you see some offices are properly provided in the constitution, it means the Kenyan people do not want any extra office. They said they want to have 22 cabinet secretaries, a minimum of 14 and a maximum of 22. They want to have principal secretaries. They've put all that in the constitution, Mr. Speaker. And that constitution went through a referendum. And that is the will of the people of Kenya, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, if we come back now through this House and start creating offices which are supposed to be constitutional, because if Kenyans wanted to have assistant ministers, because now we are calling them CSs, but in real name, they should be assistant ministers or deputy ministers. If Kenyans wanted to have an assistant minister or a deputy minister, they will have voted for in the referendum for it to be put in the constitution, Mr. Speaker. I can tell you for free here today, without any fear of contradiction, that if this bill, when it is enacted, and it becomes an act of parliament assented by the president, if this bill is going to be declared unconstitutional, it is going to be because of this CES position. All the other things are correct. All the other issues have been captured well. But if this bill, through a constitutional court, is going to be declared unconstitutional, and I'm going to be vindicated, it's going to be because of this CES, Mr. Speaker. And look, most of the appointees of these CES positions are going to be election losers. People who are defeated in their constituencies, people who are defeated in their counties, people who are defeated in their wards. The president has a lot of avenues, many avenues to accommodate those people. He doesn't have to create an office for them through a statute, Mr. Speaker. This is an abuse of the legislation process, I may say so. If he wants to accommodate them, he can make them chairs of parastatals, directors of parastatals. He can even tell them to cook tea for him in his offices and pay them. There are many ways he can accommodate them. We don't need to create an illegality through a statute, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, look at what Kenyans are going through. high taxation. We are taxing Kenyans to the bone for us to create offices for people. I heard the vice chair of my committee saying, even during that previous regime, the CS positions were there. Yes, but this government came on the platform of not creating offices for big men and women. Hatutengenezi ofisi ya wakubwa na wadosi. That's what we were told. What are we doing this afternoon through this bill? We are creating offices for big men and women of this country. In that list, when it is presented, you will not see Mama Mboga, you will not see Boda Boda, you will not see vulnerable people. You will only see big men and women who are known. I can even table the list here now. I know, I can read. I can, determine who are going to be the people who will be elected, who will be appointed to those offices. Mr. Speaker, are we going to tax Kenyans? Now we are discussing, today the discussion in this country is about taxing bread and butter, bread and milk. That's what we are discussing this afternoon. So you want to tell me we are going to tax bread and milk so that we can create offices for people? Why can't they do other things? Mr. Speaker?
What is out of order?
Mr. Speaker, is the minority leader in insinuating that he knows the people going to be appointed to these positions even before they are created by law? I submit he must be out of order.
Are you forgetting that some people had been appointed to those positions before and that the same was nullified?
Mr. Speaker, those ones are at home.
Honorable Junet,
Mr. Speaker, let me forgive my colleague because I know he is angling for a cousin of his to be on that list. I don't know whether it will happen or no, I don't know. It's from Nyamira, I know, but God knows whether he will appear on the list. But anyway, having said that, Mr. Speaker, I know that cousin might get or might not get. But Mr. Speaker, now I'm losing my thought process. I wanted to say, we are discussing high taxation in this country. You can see what's happening in this country. People are blaming loans and other things. Yes, we have to pay our loans, we have to tax Kenyans, but we cannot tax Kenyans so that we can pay a CS $1 million shillings. I must stand on the floor of this house to oppose that, Mr. Speaker. If somebody feels, a politician feels he wants to get a job, then he should be given a job that's already in the Constitution. My last point, Mr. Speaker. These CSs are going to be sent after being appointed to Parliament so they can answer to questions. How can Parliament listen to unconstitutional figures? Parliament only listens to cabinet secretaries who are in the Constitution, principal secretaries who are in the Constitution. How do we listen to people who have been created through a statute, that through by hand here, a statute? I cannot, Mr. Speaker, waste my time of 4 hours in a committee to listen to somebody whom I have just created like these children who are created through test tubes. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me tell you something. Mr. Speaker, this issue is very serious.
Out of order.
If we are going to have cabinet CSS who are going to earn $1 million shillings plus.
The Honorable Naomi Wako is on her feet on a point of order.
Honorable Speaker, I have a lot of respect for my brother, Honorable Junet. But is it right for him to refer to Kenyans, to the cabinet secretary, to the chief administrative secretaries, to refer to them as test tubes, babies? Surely that is very wrong. And those people, I do not know them. Although he said that he already knows them, I do not know the people who will be appointed or who will be there. But is it right for him to refer to grown-ups in that manner?
Honorable Junet,
Mr. Speaker,
you can
I've heard my sister very well, but you see, Mr. Speaker, children can come through many ways. They can come biologically and they can come through test tubes. Ministers are coming biologically maybe and CSS test tube wise. So it's the way you check it, the way you understand it, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, look, we are creating 22 offices in a statute that is going to cost Kenyans billions of shillings. A COS is going to earn over $1 million shillings. And he's close to $1 million maybe, I'm not sure. He's going to have transport, he's going to have a car assigned to him, he's going to offices, he's going to have staff, he's going to have all kind of manner of package that comes with it. At this point in time, Mr. Speaker, of this country, when we are just, the whole of Kenya KWANZA government is talking about reviving the economy. They are saying that this economy is in doldrums. We are trying to revive it. Is this the right time to create those kind of offices at the expense of Kenyans who are suffering, who are being taxed? No, Mr. Speaker. Our conscience as a house must tell us no. 22 people, the president can give them other jobs. They can get, government is like an elephant. The president can go and hide you somewhere inside there and earn as much as you want. It doesn't have to be created an office. Mr. Speaker, if we go this way, I can tell you without any fear of contradiction again, that very soon they will table again another bill here to create offices for other people again. For religious people, Muslim leaders, Christian leaders, so that they can become, they can pray for us every day. We cannot go that way as a country. We gave ourselves a constitution. And that constitution came through the sweat and blood of the people of Kenya. And we prescribe all offices and functions in that constitution. Now, secondly, if we want to address the unconstitutionality of the CSS, Mr. Speaker, you should bring a constitutional amendment bill. Don't bring a statute. Don't address something that needs to be addressed in the constitution through a statute. For God's sake. If we form government as AZIMIO today, we'll have done a constitutional review. Actually, we provided those things in the BBI. We said in the BBI, let us have deputy president. People rejected. Kenyans rejected. Now you want to create offices that are supposed to be constitutional through a statute. These things should go to a referendum. This kind of issue, Mr. Speaker, should be taken to the people of Kenya through a referendum, so that people can decide, do we need a deputy president? Do we need a deputy minister? Do we need, who and who? But if every day we are going to sneak a bill here, so that we satisfy certain quotas, I'm not going to be party to it, and I beseech my colleagues here, let now conscience prevail. Kenyans gave us the mandate to legislate on their behalf. Let us not be used as rubber stamp. Once this bill is
we are running out of time, but I'll give you 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, if we do things the way we are doing now, we'll have betrayed the will of the people. The people of Kenya did not send us to this house so that we can legislate and create statutes that form offices that are unconstitutional. No, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, my humble submission is that I want members to go back to their conscience and let us reject this thing called CSS once and for all. Thank you very much.
The Honorable Sabina Chege, the Jubilee Party Whip in the National Assembly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. And Mr. Speaker, on the onset, I stand to support the proposed amendments. On the full statute, Mr. Speaker, I will not dwell much on the assumption of the office of the President, the National Security Council Act. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy that the Vice Chair was able to clarify the issue of the Attorney General and the seal. And I am quite satisfied with the committee's stand that the seal remains with the Attorney General. On the issue of the national government coordination, Mr. Speaker, my colleagues have delved on the issue of the cabinet assistant or the CASs, Mr. Speaker, which is a position that there is an assumption of who the position has been made for and the reasons why. There have been a lot of mentions about the Constitution, Mr. Speaker. This Constitution was made by the people, and laws are made by the people for the people. And the law is not casted on stone. And that's why even when we were supporting BBI, there were a few other things that we saw that there was an oversight when the Constitution was made. Remember, when we were passing the Constitution, we were told 80% was okay, we will amend further 20%. And Mr. Speaker, we went through a journey with Honorable Junet and the rest of the members who were for the BBI, and it was quite a loss when it was challenged. Mr. Speaker, this issue of CSS, that is purportedly that there are politicians that are going to hold these offices. One of the things that will make me support the bill, Mr. Speaker, is that now we have the role of the CSs, even the qualification of the CSs. And when Honorable Junet says we will not get Mama Mboga is not limited if they qualify. And it is very important for us to just go through the qualifications of the CS. So if there is a Mama Mboga who is eligible, we have a bachelor's degree if they qualify. So who has bachelor's? They are there, Mrs. And please, Honorable Juliet, please, Chair, you need to protect me from Honorable Juliet. You are heard, and I also want to be heard. There's a bachelor degree from a university recognized in Kenya. A person who has knowledge and experience in public service and satisfies the requirement of Chapter 6. Those are qualifications that are already have been given by this proposal. And there is also the issue of a person is not qualified to be a CAS if they have been convicted or they have been judged bankrupt or they hold any office in a political party. So that is clear, Mr. Speaker, that anybody who holds a political party position cannot be a CAS, or anybody who is a legislature, or anybody who is a public officer, or holds any state office. Mr. Speaker, I also want just to tell my colleagues that we are now current members of parliament. We will all qualify one day to be former. So I don't know why we bedevil and want to try to really talk about the people who have been appointed in offices and who are former members of parliament. Some God have given them an opportunity to serve in a 1 term, 2 term, or 3 terms. It doesn't mean that when you are a politician and you are not re-elected that you are not qualified to serve in any other office. And Honorable Speaker, majority of the young people who are joining politics, I actually pity them. Because we are people who are less than 30 years who are becoming members of parliament. We all know the cycle of politics in Kenya. Does that mean then that when that person, after 30 years, 35 years, or even below 40, that they are not re-elected back, that means they are blacklisted in holding any other state office? So as we cast and as we try to criticize, maybe the names that were proposed before, let us see ourselves in the future also being former. And the way we would want to be treated when we are former, let us also treat the colleagues who are passed through this office, this house, and who are not maybe lucky to be re-elected in the same manner that we would want to be treated when we leave this office. I don't know why we want to really make it look like it's so bad for politicians to be appointed in offices because they didn't make it back to parliament. And I've said all of us, we have, I don't want to be informed.
The Honorable Sabina Chege, you want to be informed?
Let me test him, and if it's not a good information, I'll reject it. But I want to listen.
Actually, for your information, it's only in the last election that a substantive number of the former members of parliament came in. The tradition of this house is that it's a maximum of 15% who come back. And as you put it, when we come into this place, we behave like we'll never get out of this place. And then we become victims ourselves after the next election. I've seen it for too long because I've been here longer than anybody else. So that is the information I intended to give you, that majority of us who are here now will not come back.
Thank you. That one is good information. I take it. Yes, because we assume, Mr. Speaker, when we are elected or nominated back to this office, that we'll always be in this house. And so as we castigate the people who maybe were shortlisted because they are not appointed, let us also know that tomorrow we are also going to be former. And when we are former, how would we want to be treated? So I want to thank the committee, even for the other deliberations. Of course, the numbers, Mr. Speaker, must be less than 20, 22 there, so that they are almost equal to the number of the cabinet secretaries. But also, Mr. Speaker, when I look at the issue of the wage bill, yes, we are facing very hard times. But Mr. Speaker, equally, what is the role and what value are these CSs coming to add? They might come to add a bigger value within the ministries, and the biggest challenge we have is the wastage in the ministries, and especially in corruption. I remember the former president saying we are losing 2 billion per day. Is that 2 billion per day larger than the amount of money that the CSs can be given? What I want to urge the ones who may be lucky to get the positions, if this house passes this bill, is that let them go and see how we can be able to cut down on the wastage in government, how we can be able, even this parliament, because we allocate money to government, how can we be able to make sure that wherever we allocate the money, we allocate it for the priority of the people, with the people in our hearts, Mr. Speaker. And so the 21 or the 22 members who are going to be added in government, that doesn't mean that they are the only ones who are going to add expenditure. We can save a lot of money for this government if people diligently work hard, work with the heart of Kenyans, and Mr. Speaker, look at the priorities, and especially in health, especially in education, Mr. Speaker. If this House, and I know, Mr. Speaker, we can be able to pass a law that all these bursaries and everything, they are collapsed, and we have purely 100% free education in this country, from primary to the universities, actually from nursery school. We can be able to make sure that the children of the poor are able to access to education and good education in that matter. And that means then we are going to also put them at the same table with the children of them that have. So there are many ways of sorting out the problems that we have. This cannot be made like the only solution, or we don't have the CSs, the problems are still there. So let us sit as this House and ask ourselves, how do we legislate? How do we offer solutions to this country? Because God has appointed us at a time like this so that we bring change. So from where I stand, Mr. Speaker, I support, and I hope when the committee of the whole House comes in, the committee will bring those amendments so that we can be able to make sure that what we pass in this House becomes lawful. And I'm very sure now even what was in court, we now have a final solution on this matter of CASs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you. The Honorable Dr. James Nyikal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I rise to discuss the green document we have, which is the bill that we're discussing. And this one I don't support. I must appreciate the work that has been done by the committee, but that to a large extent will come when we're in the committee of the whole House. What we're discussing is this bill. As it is, I actually don't support it. So, Speaker, when you are looking at bills, you must look at the philosophy of a bill. And if you look at the philosophy of this bill, it is controlled by the executive, period. Now, if we have a constitutional arrangement and you see an effort to actually get things around the constitutional arrangement, that is always dangerous. What the Constitution provides, one gives the executive the authority and the leeway to work, but at the same time it's a check on the executive. So when you remove those checks, you actually put the country in danger. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the assumption of the office, adding the Secretary to the National Security Council and adding the Principal Secretary for Defense is actually bringing in to that assumption office an element of actually the military. And you don't want to do that when you're dealing with a purely civil matter. We are always very careful how we handle the military when we're dealing with civil matter. So that definitely cannot be a good thing. It may be okay that you add more people to represent the president-elect. That is something that's considerable. But bringing in Principal Secretary for Defense, I see mischief in that. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the National Security Council, then you say you want a National Security Council advisor. Now, all the people in the National Security Council are heads of the security organs of the police state and the republic. What other advice you will need to add in there? At least the committee agreed with us on that. And there is provision that if you want technical advices, whether you want to use drones or you want to develop satellites, you will get those technical people to bring in. You don't have to bring that into the Constitution. Then you talk of a National Security Committee to become a committee of the Council, which is actually established by Constitution. Quite often, those committees actually just use up and take over. So I don't think, again, I'm happy that the committee saw that, but that's something that I would not want to see in this bill, in a bill at all. It indicates bad thinking, bad intentions. the desire to control all the time, because you are bringing in people who are probably easier to manipulate. And if you look at the office of the Attorney General, surely the national seal, that is the utmost symbol and authority of the legal arm of the government. How can you take it from a person, from an office which is constitutionally constituted, and give it to an office that is at right now administrative, and you are just intending to make it legal by a statute, and you move it from a position where it was there constitutionally? What are you intending to do? Because obviously, the head of public or civil service, as appointed now, will answer directly to the executive and is obligated and owes the opposition to that. The Attorney General, on the other hand, is by constitution. That's the place where we need. So, Speaker, if you then government, and then you want the head of public service, which is an administrative thing right now, and which is working very well, which is coordinating. Now, again, you want to now bringing it by law. Something that has been working for years, as was indicated here. If you now want to bring it in by an act of parliament, what is the intention? If it ain't break, don't fix it. So what is the intention? What is the philosophy behind that? And lastly, Mr. Speaker, this chief administrative secretary, the origin of it is from the assistant minister. I worked as a permanent secretary when we had assistant ministers. And there was always a problem, because when you take the office of the principal secretary or the permanent secretary, then you take office of the minister, and in all ministries you have directors of administration, and then you have various. We always had a problem was finding what the assistant minister were to do. Now when you now bring them, what are they going to do? I can see suggestions here as to what they are going to do. But if you look at it, what was being suggested, liaison with parliament. Now, if you go to all ministries, there are officers, technical officers who are liaising with parliament. Is it liaising with the clerk, liaising with the assembly, liaising with committees? I don't think we need that. Then it says liaising with the county government on matters of concurrent mandate. We have intergovernmental relations technical committee in place, and it has fora. And it has people who can actually link the national and the county. And Mr. Speaker, that is actually one problem we have, that our intergovernmental relations technical committees are not working. Now, we are bringing somebody who will literally kill them. So I think that is actually not necessary. Providing interministerial and sectorial coordination. We are establishing the office of the public service or civil service, or whatever you call it. That is the person who will coordinate this. Why then do you have to put another office to coordinate them? Issues that actually, if you look at, then what you see is just a desire to control. And I think I definitely oppose this, but what the committee has done, when we get to the committee of the whole house, it may save this. It may save this. Let's just hope that not enough people oppose it to die at the second reading. But if it had come as the committee has recommended, I would have actually supported it. But as it is now, the green document,
hawajaandikwa kazi. Hawa tunawahitaji zaidi kwa wananchi wetu. Mheshimiwa Spika, walimu wengi katika sekondari wanalipwa na board mishahara. Nilikuwa kwa shule ya upili ya Bahari Girls National School, prize giving. Mheshimiwa Spika, walimu 32 kwa shule ya Bahari wanalipwa na board. TC wameshindwa kuandika kuwalipa mshahara. hawa ambao wanaenda kuandikwa mawaziri wadogo, wizara hizi zote, Mheshimiwa Spika, ziko na waziri, ziko na principal secretaries. Ni kazi gani hawawezi kufanya mpaka waongeze mtu mwingine? Nafikiria tu the conflict of interest, Mheshimiwa Spika, kama pale Kilifi, mama ndisimama naye kwa mfano women rep akaanguka, aje andikwe CAS kwa sababu alifanyia kampeni serikali. Ile kazi tutakuwa tunafanya pale kwa kaunti itakuwa ni ipi? Mheshimiwa Spika.
Order, honorable members. Order, honorable Nyikar. Honorable Mbei, you will have 8 minutes when the matter will be scheduled to be considered by the House in future. I'm grateful for, on behalf of the Speaker, for the interest shown. But honorable members, we will have future debates on this matter. There is nothing we can do about the limitations of time and our standing orders. So, honorable members, the time being 7:01 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Tuesday, the 19th day of March 2024 at 2:30 p.m.